Chapter 2485. Seeing the scene, Wu Hua asked, "Do you know any mystical skills?" "No." The middle-aged man shook his head. The few youths in the village snorted. "If we know any mystical skills, do we need to be afraid of you?" They looked at Lin Xian and Wu Hua with hostility in their eyes. Of course, there was more fear and panic in their eyes. "Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We just want to see what the treasure is." Wu Hua chanted Amitabha at the side. Lin Xian did not say anything. He slowly spread out his soul and looked around, but he did not find anything suspicious. However, he found that most of the people in the White Cloud clan had 1 or 2 white clouds on their eyebrows. Only a few had more than 3. Lin Xian had only seen 5 on the old man. What did these white clouds represent? Could it be that the more white clouds there were, the stronger they were? The higher they jumped? Or was it related to age? Lin Xian could not figure it out. The White Cloud clan was full of mysteries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was guessing and calculating, dozens of figures flew out from the mountain peak in the distance. There were also many people jumping below. Soon they arrived at the mountain peak. These people were naturally from the 9 heavens, holy ground, the Yin-Yang sect, and the Demon Lord Palace. They saw Lin Xian and Wu Hua in the air, and their faces darkened. After landing, the 9 heavens saint snorted. "What a stubborn guy." The people from the Yin-Yang sect and the 9 heavens, holy ground, seemed to have joined forces. They looked at Lin Xian with hostility. After all, Lin Xian had killed a genius from the Yin-Yang sect. The people from the Demon Lord Palace were also here, but they were obviously independent and did not interact with anyone. They stood alone at the side. Other than that, there were also people from the Illusion Palace and the Nangong family. In short, most of them found the White Cloud clan and came here. After a day or 2, these people gathered again. The people from the White Cloud clan retreated and distanced themselves from them. Many young people and children even hid in their houses, only revealing their eyes. They looked at Lin Xian and the other outsiders with fear in their eyes. "Now that everyone is here, you can bring us to see your hidden treasure, right?" The people from the 9 heavens, holy ground, said coldly. The eyes of those from the Yin-Yang sect, the Illusion Palace, and the Monster Emperor Palace also lit up with passion. Lin Xian and Wu Hua also looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded. "All right, follow me." Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed and prepared to move. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from afar. "No, Uncle Chi, you can't take them to that place." This voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding in all directions. Hearing those words, the middle-aged man frowned. The people from the White Cloud clan were also confused. Lin Xian, Wu Hua, the saint of the 9 heavens, and the others all looked up. In the distance, a figure that was like a divine red jumped between the mountain peaks. In a few flashes, he arrived near them. Shocking Cloud! It was Startling Cloud! Brother Jing Yin! Many people from the White Cloud clan exclaimed in surprise, especially the young children. They even cheered and ran over. The people from the 9 heavens, holy ground, and the Yin-Yang sect frowned. What was going on? Why was someone stopping them? They looked unfriendly. Sensing the change in their cold gazes, the middle-aged man from the White Cloud clan also changed his expression. He hurriedly said, "Shocking Cloud, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't mess around. Hurry up and leave. Uncle Chi, what I said is true. You really can't take these outsiders there. That place is not a treasure trove. There is no treasure there in the first place. You don't have it? But you're stopping us and not letting us go? Aren't you guilty of something?" A person from the Yin-Yang sect sneered. The young man called Shocking Cloud took a step forward. He looked at the people from the Yin-Yang sect with anger in his eyes. Lin Xian was extremely surprised by this scene, because the people from the White Cloud clan around them were looking at them with fear and wariness. However, this young man did not have any of that. There was only anger in his eyes. There was no fear or wariness at all. This was strange. He focused his gaze on the young man's glabella. In the next moment, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. 7 auspicious clouds. That was right. There were 7 auspicious clouds between the young man's glabella. He had 2 more auspicious clouds than the old man who had the most auspicious clouds. 7 auspicious clouds. This young man's strength should be the most valiant. Otherwise, he would not have been so confident. Lin Xian did not say anything. He quietly observed. The young man in front, Shocking Cloud, said coldly, "Outsiders, I'm warning you. There is no treasure trove at all. That place is the burial ground of countless ancestors of the White Cloud clan. It's the most sacred place. Outsiders like you don't have the right to enter. Shocking Cloud, don't be presumptuous." Seeing that the young man dared to speak to the outsiders in such a manner, the expressions of the middle-aged man and the old men also changed. They hurriedly reprimanded him. However, Shocking Cloud said, "Uncle Chi, you don't have to interfere in this matter. As long as I'm here, I won't allow them to enter." "You won't allow us to enter? Who do you think you are? How dare you block our way?" The people from the Yin-Yang sect sneered. The people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, stood out. "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The people from the Demon King Palace snorted coldly. "If you continue talking nonsense, not only will we kill you, but we'll also destroy the White Cloud clan." These people from the Demon King Palace had a monstrous, demonic aura. They were extremely terrifying. Hearing this, the people from the White Cloud clan were so scared that their faces turned pale. They kept retreating. "No, don't do it. Everyone, please don't do it." The middle-aged man and the old men around him quickly persuaded them. "We'll definitely bring you there. Please don't do anything to the White Cloud clan." "Shocking Cloud, back off. Are you trying to rebel?" "I've said it before. As long as I'm here, I won't let them pass. Unless they step over my dead body." "You want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish." A martial artist from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, sneered. He stood out. Previously, they had already investigated these people. Apart from being strong and having a strong physique, these people did not have any other martial skills. Although these people's physiques were extremely strong in the eyes of outsiders, they could not withstand a single blow from the 9 heavens, sacred ground. "You're courting death. Die." The disciple from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, struck out with his palm, causing the void to explode. His terrifying palm grabbed forward. "Oh no, please stop." The middle-aged man and the old men shouted crazily. However, they could not stop it. Just this terrifying storm alone was enough to make them continuously retreat. "Sigh." Wu Hua sighed. He waved his hand and golden light and runes appeared in the sky, covering the surrounding village and protecting the children, young men and women. It prevented them from being affected by the energy. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of the mountain peak under the storm of energy. Chapter 2486. Jingyan roared, not dodging at all. He threw out a punch as well. Lin Xian could clearly feel the 7 auspicious clouds between Jingyan's eyebrows emitting a brilliant light. Boom! A low sound was heard and the sky cracked. Several large cracks appeared and spread in all directions. A violent force swept across the area. Fortunately, the village was covered by the Buddha's light, which prevented it from being destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. After the attack, Jingyan took a step back, while the martial artist from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, took 3 steps back. His arm was numb. How could this be? At this moment, the people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, and the Yin-Yang sect were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Even the people from the White Cloud tribe were shocked. "Jingyun, stop." The middle-aged man and the elders were still trying to persuade him. However, they had already fought. How could they stop? Even if they wanted to stop, the people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, would not let them off. Sure enough, The martial artist from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, gritted his teeth. Damn it, how dare you resist? You're courting death. He was furious. He could not take down a person who did not have any special skills, and was even forced to retreat. This made him feel ashamed. At this moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He swore that he would kill this young man. You despicable outsider. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jing Yun roared. He stomped his feet, and cracks appeared in the void around him. This guy is so powerful. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. Look at the 7 auspicious clouds between his eyebrows. Is that the source of his power? Many people discussed. Hearing this, the martial artist from the 9 heavens, sacred grounds, eyes lit up. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a ray of sword light shot towards Jing Yun's eyebrows. Boom! Jing Yun roared, and the 7 auspicious clouds on his body shone brightly. He waved his fist and fought against the sword light. Cracks appeared in the void, and the surrounding people were shocked. The disciple from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, was also powerful. He seemed to be a genius martial artist. He held the killing sword in his hand and moved freely. The two of them exchanged 30 blows. He grabbed an opportunity and appeared behind Jing Yun. The terrifying sword Qi slashed towards Jing Yun. If this sword could hit its target, it would definitely be able to slice a person in half. And from the looks of it, Jing Yun definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. Sure enough, the sword hit. Seeing this, the people of 9 heavens, holy ground, smiled. The Yin-Yang sect and Illusion Destroyer Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze as they screamed. Impossible! How could this be? The disciple of the 9 heavens, holy ground, who had attacked Lin Fan was equally stunned. That was because he discovered that his sword had indeed hit its mark. However, the other party's waist suddenly turned into white mist. It was as if he had turned into air. Therefore, his sword strike only hit some of the mist. Damn it, how did this happen? The cultivator was dumbfounded, unable to believe what he had just heard. At this moment, Jing Yun turned his head, and a terrifying fist landed on his opponent's body. With a loud bang, the martial artist from the 9 heavens, holy ground, was sent flying. Clang! He crashed into the surrounding Buddhist light and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Defeated! How could this be? Everyone was stunned. The faces of the people of 9 heavens, holy ground, turned ugly. Lin Xian and Wu Hua also furrowed their brows. This guy was really strange. Sure enough, Jing Yin could transform into a cloud like the other members of the White Cloud tribe. Moreover, it was a partial transformation. Jing Yin was very strong. Looking at his strength, it seemed that he was stronger than the ordinary almighties. At first, they thought that the White Cloud tribe didn't have any experts. They didn't expect such a powerful young man to appear. It seemed that the White Cloud tribe was indeed strange. Lin Xian and Wu Hua whispered to each other. The others were also shocked. At this moment, all the martial artists and experts stared at each other with eyes as sharp as lightning. Jing Yun's strength was beyond their expectations. I've said it before. If you want to go over, you'll have to step over my dead body. Otherwise, you'd better get lost. Jing Yun shouted coldly. Hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. The Saint of 9 heavens snorted coldly. He didn't know what was good for him. He took a step forward, and a vast amount of energy surged out. Countless cracks appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. Jing Yun's expression was also extremely solemn because he felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. It was as if it was going to tear him into pieces. He was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. Just one step was enough to create such a terrifying aura. Jing Yun didn't dare to be careless. He shouted angrily, and his body turned into white mist to dodge the energy. On the other side, his body reformed. Kill! Jing Yun roared angrily and charged over again. He waved his fist, and it was as if a mountain was descending from the sky. The entire mountain peak was trembling. However, the Saint of Nine Heavens was extremely powerful. He dodged the attack with a flickering light and a passing shadow. At the same time, a palace appeared above his head and descended from the sky. It shrouded Jingyun in an instant. The immortal palace shone brilliantly and cast down tens of thousands of rays of light, sealing the entire void. Jingyun's body was also immobilized. Boom! Jingyun roared angrily and turned into a cloud again, trying to escape. However, he didn't succeed this time. The area enveloped by the immortal palace had completely sealed the void, making it impossible for Jingyun to escape. Jingyun had nowhere to hide as the immortal palace descended. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man and the elders hurriedly shouted, "Please stop! Please don't kill him. We'll take you there." Humph! The Saint of Nine Heavens snorted coldly, and the immortal palace stopped in midair. The white mist below condensed and transformed into Jingyun's face again. At this moment, his face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. "Hurry up and apologize, Jingyun. Admit your mistake and retreat. Otherwise, you'll die." The middle-aged man roared angrily. The young children in the house were also nervous. "Big brother Jingyun, come back quickly. I've said it before. If you want to go there, you have to defeat me. Haven't you lost yet?" The Saint of Nine Heavens sneered. He stood with his hands behind his back and didn't make a move at all. It was just one immortal palace descending, and Jingyun was already unable to resist. How dare someone like Jingyun talk big in front of him? What a joke! You can try whether I've lost or not. Do you really think your immortal palace can kill me?" Jingyun said coldly. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with his thumb and smeared it between his eyebrows. Buzz! The 7 auspicious clouds were shrouded in blood, and endless blood light emitted from them. Whoosh! 7 blood-colored, auspicious clouds appeared around him and enveloped him. 7 evils, blood clouds. You've cultivated such a thing. The middle-aged man was shocked. The elders also exclaimed in surprise. Their faces were filled with fear. They obviously didn't expect Jingyun to have such a method. Chapter 2487. Huh. Jingyun ignored him. At this moment, he roared angrily. He opened his palms and lifted the falling immortal palace up. Huh. His strength had increased again. This scene shocked everyone. Even the big black yak from the Demon King Palace frowned. Lin Xian and Wu Hua's eyes were also shining. Interesting. This should be some kind of bloodline superpower, Lin Xian whispered to himself. The 9 firmament saint's face darkened. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful I am. He was angry. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. Whoosh! A stream of light cut through the void like a comet and flew forward. The void shattered in an instant. Countless black holes appeared around him. This attack was aimed at Jingyun's forehead. Jingyun naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The 7 blood clouds around him spun rapidly, emitting endless blood-red light and forming a light screen. Clang! 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 The blood-red light screen shook like waves. The first layer of light was shattered, then the second. However, the 3rd layer of light was able to block this shocking attack. This scene stunned the 9 firmament saint, but the murderous intent in his eyes became sharper. 9 firmament divine palm. At this moment, the 9 firmament saint finally displayed a great superpower. In the sky, 9 huge divine palms descended from the sky like the palms of a giant. The sky and earth collapsed. The palm descended and shrouded Jingyun. The blood-red clouds around Jingyun spun again. The 6th palm of the 9 firmament divine palm had already shattered 7 blood clouds. The 7th palm directly shrouded Jingyun. This palm was about to smash him into a bloody mist. Jingyun's face was pale. He didn't expect his opponent's palm technique to be so powerful. The White Cloud clan was even more shocked. At this critical moment, Lin Xian made his move. He flicked his finger and a sword wave flew out. Buzz! This sword wave hit the seventh palm, causing it to stop in the sky. Seizing this opportunity, Jingyun's figure flashed and he retreated. Damn it, who is it? How dare you stop our saint? The people of the 9 heavens, holy ground, roared madly. The 9 firmaments, saint turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. What is the meaning of this? He's already lost, so there's no need to kill him. He'll probably take us there anyway. Lin Xian said indifferently. There was another reason why he saved the young man. He was afraid that the White Cloud clan would react violently if the young man was killed. That would be very disadvantageous to them. That was why he had taken action. Since when was it your turn to tell me what to do? The 9 firmament saint looked displeased. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? Your memory is really bad. Just a few days ago, I ordered you to go east and west. At that time, didn't you also listen obediently? Now, why are you pretending in front of me? You. The 9th firmament saint was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. A few days ago, in order to break the 8 trigrams formation, he was indeed very unhappy with the other party's command. But at that time, for the sake of the treasure, he could only endure. Who would have thought that the other party would bring up old matters again? He was so angry that his teeth itched. He even wanted to attack Lin Xian. But at this time, Jingyun sighed. All right, you win. You can go to the treasure. Hearing this, the 9 firmament saint stopped in his tracks and did not attack again. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Very well, lead the way then. Everyone, please follow me. The middle-aged man sighed. He and a few other elders led the way. Jingyun also followed. The group left the mountain and headed into the distance. After about 7 or 8 mountains, they finally arrived at a valley. The valley was quiet and lush, but there were no animals, not to mention beasts or humans. At this moment, there was an altar in the south of the valley. Although it was old, it was very clean. The people of the White Cloud clan must have come here often to clean. So this is where the treasure is hidden. The people of the 9 firmament holy ground asked. The people of the Inyang sect also looked around. At this moment, everyone began to search the entire valley, but they did not find anything. Everyone follow me. The middle-aged man did not say anything and led the way. Soon, they arrived in front of the altar. Lin Xian and the others looked carefully and found that the altar was very old. There were mysterious runes on it that looked like fog and clouds. It was very lively. The middle-aged man and the others knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the altar. When they kowtowed 8 times, the altar shone brightly. The clouds on it seemed to have come alive and kept moving. Behind the altar, there was a rumbling sound. Inside was the place where the treasures were hidden. Looking at the door slowly opening, the middle-aged man and the others stood up and pointed forward. Lin Xian, Wu Hua, the 9 firmament saint, and the others narrowed their eyes. They looked forward. They did not enter, but used their souls to check. However, there seemed to be a mysterious force behind the door that prevented their souls from entering. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and could only see a few meters ahead. It was dark inside and looked very old. He could not see any danger for the time being. We're not familiar with this place, so you guys lead the way. The 9 firmament saint said coldly. He was also afraid that the other party would play tricks, so he wanted the middle-aged man and the others to go in first and lead the way. That way, they could capture the other party if there was danger. Okay. The middle-aged man did not refuse. This scene made Lin Xian, the 9 firmament saint, and the others breathe a sigh of relief. It did not seem like a trap. At this time, Jingyun said, Uncle Chi, let me go. You? Many people looked at Jingyun and frowned. That fellow had tried to stop them earlier, and he even went as far as to attack them. Why was he so kind now? They were not at ease. You can't. You have to give in to the middle-aged man and these old men. Jingyun and I will go in. The elders are old and not suitable to move around. The middle-aged man sighed. All right. Hearing this, the 9 firmament saint and the others nodded. Lin Xian and Wu Hua stood at the side and did not refuse. Then the middle-aged man and Jingyun took the lead and walked toward the door. After the 2 of them went in, the 9 firmament saint and the others moved. Lin Xian and Wu Hua's bodies also glowed. The 2 of them followed in. When they were more than 10 meters in, the door behind them made a rumbling sound and quickly closed. The faint light also disappeared in an instant, and the passage became dark. However, this was not a problem for Lin Xian and the others. Their bodies glowed brightly, and the passage was instantly illuminated. Everyone, please follow me. The middle-aged man led the way, and Jingyun also walked in front. Both of them were not slow, but with the strength of Lin Xian and the others, they easily kept up. Chapter 2488. Gradually, the 2 of them began to walk to the sides of the passage. They did not explain anything. Lin Xian and the others did not mind. After a few turns, Jingyun and the middle-aged man suddenly slammed their palms on the wall. Boom! 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 The ancient wall rumbled and was covered with countless cracks. It was like glass that would shatter at any moment. Damn it! What are you doing? Seeing this, the people from the Yin-Yang sect roared. The others' expressions changed as well. How dare you play tricks in front of me? The 9 firmament saint and the black yak also roared. However, before they could attack, they were shocked, because countless cracks had appeared on the walls on both sides. Black fog was spreading out from the cracks. The fog was very fast and seemed to be endless. It spewed out from the cracks and instantly covered the entire passage. Despicable outsiders! How dare you want the treasures of the White Cloud clan? Now die! Sinister laughter came from the front. It made one's scalp tingle. You're courting death. The people from the 9 firmament, sacred ground, and the Yin-Yang sect roared. Among them, the people from the 9 firmament, sacred ground, charged forward. Whoosh! Sharp saber light flashed and cut through the void. However, it was blocked by the black fog. The 2 martial artists from the 9 firmament, sacred ground were sent flying. The blood in their bodies was boiling. On the other side, the people from the Yin-Yang sect were also blocked. They looked at the black fog in front of them in shock. That was because the black fog was making gurgling sounds. Hideous heads and faces appeared from the black fog. There were even claws, scales, and tails. Demonic beasts. Seeing this, the surrounding people frowned. However, the people from the Fey Imperial Palace sneered. They all had the bloodline of mutated beasts. They were the least afraid of demonic beasts. Scram! The black yak shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder roaring in all directions. His voice contained the power of his bloodline. Ordinary Fey kings would have knelt on the ground when they felt the power of his bloodline. However, this time around his bloodline power had lost its effect. The monsters in the black fog were not affected at all. Instead, they let out roars and charged over. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others were surrounded. Ah! Miserable screams rang out as many of the 9 heavens' holy ground, Illusion Destroyer Palace, and Yin-Yang sect cultivators were bitten, tearing off large chunks of flesh and blood. Blood dyed the ground red as they frantically retreated. Damn it! One attack after another slashed at the black fog and the monsters. However, the black fog was the same as the white clouds. It dispersed with a single slash, and after it dispersed, it could fuse back together again. It could be said that ordinary swords and sabers could not hurt them at all. Instead, more and more black fog came out of the crack. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Why can't I kill him? The people of 9 heavens, holy ground, and Yin-Yang sect were horrified. They kept retreating while casting out defensive lights. Bang! 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 These monsters crashed into the defensive barrier, making earth-shattering noises. The light defense was very strong, but as more and more monsters appeared, the disciples were gradually unable to hold on. Get lost! At that moment, the Saint of Nine Heavens roared. The celestial palace in his body rushed up and floated in the sky. Curved rays of light shone down and covered the people of the Nine Heavens, Holy Land. On the Yin-Yang sect side, they worked together to cast out Yin and Yang Qi. A Yin-Yang diagram floated above their heads, blocking all the attacks. The people of Illusion Palace cast out a picture scroll that wrapped around them in all directions, temporarily blocking the black fog. The Black Yak and the others' demonic qi soared into the sky to resist. Wu Hua chanted Amit Ba, and the Buddhist light flickered. It had a natural restraining effect on these monsters. These monsters retreated like the tide. They did not attack Wu Hua. Instead, they all turned their attention to Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian's dragon sword field appeared and blocked these monsters. At the same time, he waved his hand. The dragon sword field emitted sword qi and slashed forward. Seeing this scene, the people of Nine Heavens, Holy Ground, and Yin-Yang sect sneered. It was useless. The attacks could not hurt them at all. But as soon as he said that, they were stunned, because the black monsters that were hit by the sword qi were screaming in pain. They seemed to be very miserable. What? How was that possible? How could his sword qi hurt his opponent? These people were stunned. They also cast out sword light and saber light, but it was useless. Damn it! What kind of swordsmanship was this kid using? The Saint of Nine Heavens and the Black Yak also frowned. They had always felt that Lin Xian's swordsmanship was very strange. It seemed to be much fiercer than ordinary sword qi. That attack power made them feel apprehensive. They did not expect it to have a restraining effect on the black monsters. Brother Wu Hua, let's go. After killing those monsters, Lin Xian said to Wu Hua with a smile. Wu Hua nodded. The Buddhist light on his body shone brightly. The two strode forward. Wherever they passed, the black monsters retreated like a flood. They did not dare to approach at all. Hurry up and follow. Seeing this scene, the Saint of Nine Heavens, the Black Yak, the people of Yin-Yang sect, and Illusion Palace all went forward, wanting to hitch a ride. But as soon as they moved, the black monsters in the sky rushed over, and the black fog enveloped them. Fierce collision, sounds were heard, and angry roars were heard. Damn it, get lost! These people were all crazy, especially the Saint of Nine Heavens and the Black Yak. They even used their special skills to kill in all directions. They were afraid that the treasures would be taken away by Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Hearing the screams behind them, Lin Xian and Wu Hua smiled. It seemed that the black fog should be able to stop the people behind for a while. In this case, they would not be polite. The two could not help but speed up. Wu Hua's Buddhist light shone brightly, blocking all the black fog. Lin Xian's sword qi was like a dragon. The terrifying sword qi spread out in all directions, and any black monsters that dared to come close were directly killed. Buzz! After flying for a while, two figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing these two people, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Wu Hua also frowned, because these two people were the middle-aged man and Jing Yun who had brought them in. The two of them were shocked to see Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Damn it, impossible! How could you escape the zombie beast's pursuit? They were too surprised because they did not expect these two people to pass through the black fog so easily. Lin Xian said coldly, "There is indeed something wrong with the two of you." He struck out two water swords, enveloping the front. The sea surged and turned into two cages, enveloping the two of them. Whoosh! Lin Xian and Wu Hua strode forward. This time, they would not be soft-hearted. They would torture these two people properly. They were now wondering if this was a treasure trove. Chapter 2489. Two ocean cages surrounded them, and the surrounding seawater surged. Jingyin and the middle-aged man could not escape at all. However, the two of them were not afraid. Instead, they sneered. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. Foolish outsiders, do you really think you can defeat us? The corners of their mouths curled up in a demonic smile. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Wu Hua both stopped and frowned. What's going on? Why are their expressions so strange? Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and the two ocean cages were torn apart. Two large black hands emerged from the cracks in the walls. In an instant, they tore apart the water swords. Foolish outsiders, you still want our treasures. Now go die obediently for me. The two of them shouted coldly. The black fog shrouded Jingyin and the middle-aged man. Buzz! In the black fog, a pair of eyes opened with a demonic light. Two human-shaped black fog appeared in front of Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Kill! The human-shaped black fog formed by Jingyin charged toward Lin Xian, while the middle-aged man charged toward Wu Hua. Humph! Wu Hua snorted coldly, and the Buddhist light on his body became even more dazzling. There were even runes flashing around him. They turned into mysterious runes, one after another, and blasted forward. Bang! The middle-aged man roared, but he was not as terrified as the black monsters before. He was able to resist. This scene made Wu Hua even more surprised. Whoosh! Lin Xian waved the great dragon sword qi, and streaks of sword light slashed toward the black fog in front of him. Before he got close, Jingyin screamed in pain. There were a few more sword scars on his body, but soon the fog on his body enveloped the sword scars. Jingyin rushed over again. Jingyun's strength was not strong, and he was easily suppressed by the ninth firmament saint even after using his ultimate move, the Seven Fiends' Blood Cloud. But now, after being enveloped by the black fog and turning into a human-shaped fog, his strength had soared. His current strength was probably not weaker than the saints. Moreover, he was extremely strange. He could turn into fog and dodge powerful attacks. He was even more difficult to deal with than the saints. If an ordinary saint were to encounter such a situation, they would definitely have a headache. However, Lin Xian was still fine. His great dragon sword spirit could destroy everything. So even if the other party could turn into mist, he would not be able to dodge his attack. Streaks of sword qi tore through the void and turned into a sky full of sword radiance, enveloping Jingyin. Jingyan's body turned into mist and dodged in all directions. However, the places that were swept by the sword qi still emitted white smoke and miserable screams. Therefore, after this attack, Taoist Jingyan's figure shrunk. Roar! Kill! This completely infuriated him. With a furious roar, the black gas that filled the sky surged. 9 black holes appeared beside him, blocking the sword light that filled the sky. At the same time, he attacked again. The great battle between the two shook the heavens and earth, their momentum terrifying. On the other side, the battle between No Flower and the middle-aged man was also intense. Wu Hua had a great Buddhist supernatural power and a mysterious bloodline. Therefore, his suppression of such dark things was very strong. For a moment, the middle-aged man was suppressed. Amitabha. 9 Buddhist runes appeared in the sky, spinning non-stop and emitting golden light. They were like 9 suns that blasted forward. The middle-aged man kept retreating. On the other side, Jingyin was also sent flying by Lin Xian again. The two of them retreated into the distance, roaring non-stop like crazy beasts. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. It turned out that the people of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, and demon imperial palace who were trapped by the black fog had rushed over. Although the black fog was strange, there were top powerhouses like the 9 heavens saint and the black yak. Moreover, these martial artists of the sacred grounds were not weak. They worked together and forced the fog to retreat. However, they were also seriously injured. Other than the 9 heavens saint and the black yak, the others were more or less injured. When they saw that Lin Xian and No Flower were blocked and did not advance, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Great! It seemed that they had not gotten the treasure yet. However, when they saw the two human-shaped fog, they frowned. What were those things? They could naturally feel the terrifying aura emitted from these human-shaped fog. Damn it, this place was too strange. There were even human-shaped monsters. Charge over! The Nine Heavens Saint snorted coldly. The Black Yak also led the people of Demon Imperial Palace to charge over. None of them paid any attention to Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Instead, they rushed straight ahead. In front, Jing Yun and the middle-aged man roared. The fog around them floated, forming a black light that filled the sky. Puff, puff, puff! The Nine Heavens Saint and the Black Yak were actually blocked. This scene made all the surrounding martial artists scream. The other party had the combat strength of a physical level. Their eyes were about to pop out. The Nine Heavens Saint and the Black Yak's faces were gloomy. Now they finally knew why Lin Xian and No Flower had not broken through and left. Damned outsider, go to hell for me. Jing Yin and the middle-aged man did not attack again. Their palms formed a seal, and the red light in their eyes became more and more intense. Boom! Their bodies suddenly exploded, forming a boundless black fog. Cracks appeared on the surrounding walls again. The black fog filled the sky, completely enveloping Lin Xian and the others again. And this time it was even more strange. It was not just black fog, but formed an array. Have a taste of the corpse soul array. A cold voice sounded. The array was activated, and terrifying energy attacked everyone. Get lost! Furious roars rang out one after another, and energy explosions shook the heavens and the earth. This array was too mysterious. Although they were still in the passage, they seemed to be in another world in the array at this moment. No matter where they went or how they broke through, they could not leave. They even felt that the vitality in their bodies was being stripped away bit by bit. The Buddhist light on No Flower's body shone, scaring away all the black fog, creating a vacuum around him. As he walked, the black fog around him dispersed like the tide, but it was useless. He could not recognize the direction at all. He could only walk in the array and could not break through it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian said, "Brother No Flower, let's work together. You disperse the black fog. I will break the array and find a way out." Buzz! Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He opened the heavenly secret god eye and mysterious runes flashed. Whoosh! In the void above their heads, a pair of golden eyes appeared. Although it was very faint and hazy, everyone could clearly feel that there was a god looking down on them. As soon as the golden eyes appeared, the black fog shook violently and almost dissipated. The warriors also felt a chill in their hearts, and their hair stood on end. What was going on? Why did they feel like they were being peeped at? The Black Yak and the Ninth Firmament Saint also frowned. Their eyes were like rainbows, sweeping in all directions. Suddenly, their bodies trembled because they saw the illusory golden eyes above them. It was cold and emotionless like the eyes of a god. What was this? Whose divine power was it? Or was it originally the same as the black fog? Was it used by the White Cloud clan to deal with them? Chapter 2490. They didn't know, but the Nine Firmament Saints' palace shone even brighter. Mysterious demonic patterns appeared on the Black Yak's body. Facing the unknown golden eyes, they didn't dare to be careless. The golden eyes were naturally formed by Lin Xian. The phantom of the heavenly secret divine eye appeared in the sky and scanned below. After a while, Lin Xian smiled. Found it. Brother Wu Hua, let's go. Next, Lin Xian began to guide the way, and Wu Hua was responsible for dispelling the black fog. Finally, the two left the corpse soul array. The two of them left. Follow them and rush out. Behind them, the voices of the Nine Firmament Saint and the others came, with anxiety and joy. The Nine Firmament Saint and the Black Yak took the lead, following the path Lin Xian and Wu Hua came out. Just as they were about to come out, Lin Xian and Wu Hua, who were in front of them, stopped and turned around. Humph! Go back! Lin Xian snorted, and the dragon's sword field turned into an azure dragon, crashing forward. Wu Hua also shot out several rays of Buddhist light, forming a golden Buddha palm. Bang! Facing the two shocking attacks, the Black Yak and the Nine Firmament Saint tried their best to block. After the two attacks, the Nine Firmament Saint and the Black Yak were forced back, and in this moment, the surrounding black fog shrouded them again. The original path disappeared. Damn it! Ah, damn it! The Nine Firmament Saints' crazy roar came from the black fog. Damn human! Don't let us catch you, or I will kill you! The Black Yak roared crazily. The Nine Firmament Saint was full of murderous intent. Lin Xian, Wu Hua, I will remember you too. The next time I see you, I will kill you too. The crazy roar sounded, but Lin Xian and Wu Hua only sneered. They wouldn't pay attention to this kind of threat. Let's go, Lin Xian said. Their figures flickered as they walked forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter any more black fog, nor were they attacked by the array. But they didn't encounter any treasures. The cold aura around them became heavier and heavier, as if the two of them had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. In the end, both of them frowned. What kind of place was this? Was there any treasure? Fortunately, after walking for another half an incense stick's worth of time, something else finally appeared in front of them. There was also an ancient altar in front of them, similar to the one outside. It was just that the scale was a little smaller. A cauldron was placed on top of the ancient altar. It was a bronze cauldron with countless runes engraved on it. Seeing this bronze cauldron, Lin Xian and Wu Hua stopped again. Their eyes flashed as they glanced at each other. To be honest, the previous two dangers were caused by the bronze cauldron. This included entering the mysterious space this time. They did not expect to encounter a bronze cauldron here. Could it be that the treasure mentioned by the White Cloud clan was this bronze cauldron? To be honest, they didn't really want to touch the bronze cauldron. Because of the last two times, they felt that it was really strange. However, they were still very curious. They also wanted to know what was inside the bronze cauldron. Was there really a treasure inside? Brother Lin, I'll use the Buddha's light to suppress it first. Then Wu Hua made a hand seal. 9 Buddhist runes appeared in the void and floated forward, circling around the bronze cauldron. Lin Xian's soul rushed forward and probed into the cauldron. At the same time, Wu Hua also used his soul power. Their soul power probed into the bronze cauldron in front of them. However, as soon as they entered, their expressions changed, and they immediately withdrew their soul power. This was because an extremely sharp sound came from the bronze cauldron. It sounded like a woman's voice, and it was very miserable and sharp. This scream almost shattered Lin Xian and Wu Hua's souls. Lin Xian's face was pale as he withdrew his soul power. On the other side, Wu Hua's expression was grave. What was inside? Fortunately, they were unable to use the 9 Buddhist runes to suppress it. Otherwise, their souls would have been severely injured when that sharp sound was emitted. Let me see what kind of monster is inside. Lin Xian's face was also cold. He opened his heavenly secret god eyes and made a hand seal. A pair of hazy golden eyes appeared above him. He didn't use it before because it consumed a lot of soul power. Unless it was a last resort, he didn't want to use it. However, he couldn't care less now. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the void, looking down like the eyes of a god. Finally, Lin Xian saw clearly what was inside the bronze cauldron. However, he was stunned. Then the golden eyes in the sky disappeared. What did Brother Lin see? Wu Hua was also puzzled. There were 2 small cauldrons inside the bronze cauldron. They were sealed and couldn't be seen clearly. However, they should be the treasure that the White Cloud clan mentioned. There are 2 small cauldrons, one for each of us. However, what was that sharp sound? Wu Hua was even more puzzled. Lin Xian arrived. It was a human face. To be precise, it was a human face carved with runes. It wrapped the two small cauldrons under the bronze cauldron. If we want to take the small cauldrons inside, we have to deal with that sharp sound. Brother Lin, what do you think? Lin Xian said in a low voice. There wasn't much time. The 9 firmament saint and the black yak must be able to break through the array. Therefore, we have to end this quickly. I was able to resist the sharp voice, but even though I was able to contend against it, I was unable to protect my soul from the impact. When the time comes, both sides will suffer. Hearing this, Wu Hua smiled. Brother Lin, you don't have to worry. I have a treasure to protect your soul. With that, he flipped his hand and took out a Buddhist bead. The bead was crystal clear and about the size of an apple. It flickered with Buddhist light and was covered with Buddhist runes. This is a soul fixation bead. It can protect our souls. A soul fixation bead. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect Wu Hua to have such a good thing. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know much about the Western Desert. If the elders of other sacred grounds were here, they would definitely scream when they heard the words soul fixation bead, because it was a treasure of Lanrua Temple. With it, one wouldn't be affected by the soul. Moreover, it was rumored that even if a dead person was enveloped by the soul fixation bead, their 3 souls and 7 spirits could be fixed. Perhaps there was a possibility of resurrection. There were many rumors about the soul fixation bead. Okay, let's do it. We'll work together. Lin Xian nodded. Wu Hua waved his hand, and the soul fixation bead floated in the sky. Countless Buddhist light scattered and enveloped the two of them. Lin Xian felt the golden light and was surprised. Indeed, he felt a mysterious force protecting his soul. This way, he didn't have to worry about anything. The next moment, he mobilized the dragon sword soul in his body. A dragon's soul rushed out of his body and appeared in the sky, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. With a roar, the dragon's soul entered the bronze cauldron. Chapter 2491. Ah, that sharp voice sounded. It was as if sharp sword divine light pierced through the void. The 9 runes that Wu Hua shot out collapsed in an instant. Fortunately, the soul-anchoring pearl blocked all the soul attacks. Roar! The dragon sword spirit roared, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. It resisted the strange cry of the human face. Countless cracks appeared in the void and spread to the surroundings. Behind them, in the corpse soul array, the 9th firmament saint and the black yak heard the dragon's roar, and their eyelids twitched. The surrounding martial artists felt their blood boil. Their faces were pale. What was that sound? Not good. Damn it. They made a move. There must be treasures ahead. This should be their trump card. The 9th firmament saint roared. He couldn't care less. He had to break the array. Buzz! The 9th firmament saint shouted coldly and quickly formed a seal. The door of the immortal palace above his head suddenly opened. An array of light flew out from inside. Like an immortal light, it directly cut through the void. A large crack appeared in the black fog array ahead. On the black yak's side, it let out a roar. Its body suddenly grew, and a ferocious ox demon king appeared in the void. The bull's horns directly tore the array apart. Go! The black yak rampaged and led the people of the demon king palace away. The 9th firmament saint also opened a path with the immortal palace. The group finally broke the array. They pushed their speed to the limit and rushed forward. In front of them, the dragon sword spirit fought against the demonic human face. Gradually, the sword spirit suppressed the demonic human face. Whoosh! The dragon swung its tail and shrouded 2 small bronze cauldrons. That's great! Lin Xian and Wu Hua waved their hands, and each grabbed a small bronze cauldron. The 2 small bronze cauldrons were very simple and unadorned. They were also engraved with runes and were as big as a human head. They were heavy and no one knew what was inside. The ninth firmament saint, the Black Yak, and the people of the Yin sect happened to see the scene. Immediately their eyes turned red. "Damn it, put down the treasures!" The ninth firmament saint roared, and the Black Yak also looked ferocious. They were the fastest and arrived nearby in an instant. Humph! Lin Xian waved the dragon's sword spirit and threw the bronze cauldron in front of him. Once the bronze cauldron was thrown out, he immediately retrieved the great dragon's sword soul. The soul fixation pearls above their heads shone brightly, enveloping the two of them. Ah! A sharp voice came from the bronze cauldron and spread in all directions. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. The ninth firmament saint's son and the Black Yak were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The two of them retreated and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The Holy Land martial artists behind them were also pale and twitching nonstop. This was a soul attack. They were terrified. They didn't expect that the bronze cauldron would have such a strong killing intent. This scene was within the expectations of Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Apart from the soul fixation pearl, there were very few things that could block it. Ah, die for me! The saint of the nine firmament had gone mad. How could he endure such a loss? Swish, the immortal palace above his head opened again, and another beam of divine light swept down. This divine light was even more intense than the previous ones. What was that? Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine when he felt this light. Wu Hua's expression was solemn. They felt a threat to their lives. This should be the saint of the nine firmaments, trump card. Trump card? Lin Xian frowned. The saint of the nine firmament actually had such a terrifying trump card. It seemed that he couldn't underestimate any saint or saintess. Clang! A beam of divine light crashed into the bronze cauldron in front of them, making a shocking sound. The surrounding void instantly shattered. 3 cracks appeared on the bronze cauldron. So powerful! Lin Xian and Wu Hua were shocked. At this time, the Black Yak also roared. He pulled out the 2 horns on his head and threw them out. Like 2 heavenly knives, they crashed into the bronze cauldron again. Clang! Clang! Bang! Boom! Another 2 shocking collisions. The Holy Land martial artists behind them screamed crazily. It couldn't be helped. This sound was too terrifying. Even the Black Yak and the saint of the nine firmament were pale and spat out blood again. The only ones who were unharmed were Wu Hua and Lin Xian. The 2 of them were enveloped by the soul anchoring pearl, blocking the shocking killing intent. The collision of the 2 horns caused more cracks to appear on the bronze cauldron. The human face inside was also torn into pieces. With a boom, the bronze cauldron cracked open, and a black hole quickly formed. Great, it finally broke open. Behind them, the Holy Land martial artists breathed a sigh of relief. But at this time, they felt a wave of dizziness. It wasn't just them. The saint of the nine firmament, the Black Yak, Lin Xian, and Wu Hua all felt the same. At the place where the bronze cauldron exploded, a black vortex appeared. It grew bigger and bigger, and finally enveloped everyone. The world spun. It was as if thousands of years had passed, but it also felt like an instant. Finally, Lin Xian and the others regained consciousness. Buzz! The dragon's sword field enveloped them, and the dragon's sword spirit roared. Lin Xian was the first to wake up. Beside him, Wu Hua, the saint of the nine firmament, the Black Yak, and the other Holy Land martial artists also woke up. They realized that they were back. This was still the secret room. The 8 trigrams array under their feet had been broken. In front of them was the bronze cauldron with a headless corpse. We're back. We're finally out. The people of the nine firmament Holy Land and the Yin sect cried tears of joy. They felt like they had survived a disaster. The saint of the nine firmament and the Black Yak stared coldly at Lin Xian and Wu Hua, because the 2 of them were still holding the 2 bronze cauldrons in their hands. What had happened before? Was it an illusion, or did they really enter a strange space? Lin Xian didn't know now. They were not injured at all, including those from the 9 firmament Holy Land who were injured before. There were no injuries on their bodies. This made Lin Xian suspect that it was an illusion, but he and Wu Hua clearly had 2 bronze cauldrons in their hands. If it was really an illusion, how could they bring things out of the illusion? Therefore, Lin Xian was very suspicious now. But the 2 of them couldn't care so much. There were too many strange things, and they couldn't understand it all. Whoosh! He and Wu Hua put away the bronze cauldrons. Damn it, hand over the treasure. The saint of the 9 firmament and the black yak couldn't bear it anymore. There must be a shocking treasure in such a terrifying bronze cauldron. Moreover, there were 2 cauldrons. The 2 of them each had one. The saint of the 9 firmament charged toward Lin Xian, and the black yak charged toward Wu Hua. For a time, the battle between the 4 saints broke out. Damned brat, stay here. The saint of the 9 firmament rushed up, and the immortal palace above his head bobbed up and down. But this time, he didn't shoot out that immortal light. It seemed that that was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. There must be some kind of restriction. Lin Xian didn't care if he didn't use his trump card. The 2 of them fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. On the other side, the black yak and Wu Hua were the same. Boom! In front of them, the bronze cauldron in the center of the 8 trigrams array trembled. A wave of energy spread out. Chapter 2492. In front of them, the bronze cauldron in the center of the 8 trigrams formation trembled. A wave of energy spread out. Feeling this energy, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. The martial artists from the Holy Lands all retreated, not daring to go forward. Even the 9th firmament saint, the black yak, and Lin Xian stopped attacking. They looked at the bronze cauldron in shock. Damn it, there wouldn't be another change, would there? They were scared. They didn't want to enter some mysterious space again. So, everyone quietly retreated. Crack! Another trembling sound was heard. Lin Xian, No Flower, and the others found that the headless corpse in the bronze cauldron moved. No way! How many years ago was this person? And his head was chopped off. How could he be revived after being dead for so long? They didn't dare to imagine. This was the corpse of an invincible king. Once it was revived, who knew how terrifying it would be? No Flower's expression changed. He pointed forward and said in a panic, "Not good, retreat." What's wrong? Is there really a mutation? Lin Xian frowned and retreated to the back with Wu Hua. No Flower's face was pale. No, there's something under the headless corpse. What? There's something else. Lin Xian was stunned. The 9th firmament saint and the black yak's eyelids twitched. They thought the invincible king's corpse was going to mutate, but they didn't expect that to be the case. What's down there? Is it more terrifying than an invincible king? They didn't dare to think about it anymore. No Flower's face was pale. He didn't retreat. Instead, he stood there with one hand pointing to the sky and the other to the ground. His body shone with Buddhist light as he formed a strange seal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was the same seal that had shocked the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. They hoped that this time they could successfully intimidate this unknown thing. Sure enough, as soon as the seal appeared, the trembling in the bronze cauldron stopped. Boom! However, something even more unexpected happened. They found that the 8 trigrams formation under their feet suddenly cracked, and a large black hole appeared, swallowing them again. Rays of light lit up as Lin Xian and the others opened their king domains. However, what made them heave a sigh of relief was that they did not enter the strange space this time. Instead, they were once again in the passage. It seemed that they should leave. "Brother Wu Hua, let's split up." Lin Xian transmitted his voice. He turned into a beam of sword light and rushed into the distance. There were many forks in the passage ahead. He and Wu Hua each chose one to enter. "You want to leave?" "Not so easy." The saint child of the 9 firmaments once again charged over. The black yak was similarly overflowing with killing intent as he chased after no flower. The four of them moved very quickly and left the remaining Holy Land cultivators in the dust. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two beams of light flashed quickly in the dark tunnel. They were Lin Xian and the 9 Firmament Saint. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, kept chasing each other. With a flash of lightning, Lin Xian appeared in a palace. This hall was very spacious. He looked around and found that there was no danger. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. He stood in the air above the hall and looked down. That damned saint son of the 9 Firmament actually dared to chase after him. It was time to deal with him. Break! The saint son of the 9 Firmament also came into the hall. Seeing that the other party did not run away, he revealed a sinister smile. Kid, hand over the treasure, and I will spare your life. If you want the treasure, use your strength to speak. Boom! Lin Xian stretched out his palm. Countless icy auras surrounded his palm. It was like a world of ice and snow mercilessly pressing down. Crack! 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 Countless frost, wind, and snow appeared in the space of the hall, wanting to freeze everything. The saint son of the 9 Firmament bore the brunt. Thick ice formed under his feet and on his body. Get lost! With a cold snort, endless energy erupted from his body and shattered all the ice and snow. The immortal palace above his head appeared and froze the space around him. You want to stop me with this little bit of ice? You must be dreaming. The saint son of the 9 Firmament sneered. Lin Xian did not answer at all. He formed a seal with his palm, and ice swords appeared in the ice. Bang! 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 They pierced the sky and destroyed everything. The saint son of the 9 Firmament's defense was penetrated in an instant. Damn it! The saint son of the 9 Firmament's expression changed. He felt a peerless, murderous intent. Bang! He punched out, shattering all the ice arrows. But then the ground under his feet trembled and the void cracked. An ice dragon broke out of the ground and circled around him, binding him tightly. Terrifying cold air and icy murderous intent spread out and corroded his body. If it were not for the immortal palace, he would have frozen to death. Even so, he and the entire immortal palace were frozen together. The divine fire of the 9 Firmament had turned into heaven and earth. Flames began to spread out from the saint son of the 9 Firmament. They burned fiercely and melted the ice around him. At the same time, the divine fire formed a fire qilin and fought with the ice dragon in the air. Swoosh! Lin Xian waved his hand, and the ice around him turned into ice phoenixes, ice snakes, ice tigers, and all kinds of strange demon beasts. They charged forward. Boom! 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 The divine fire around the saint son of the 9 Firmament was terrifying. It burned fiercely and blocked everything. Buzz! He activated the immortal palace and charged forward, shattering all the ice. He charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. You want to fight me in close combat? You're courting death. He pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and used the 5 killer moves of the Wanton Heaven Destroyer sword. Bang! 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 The 5 killer moves all landed on the saint son of the 9 Firmament, forcing him to keep retreating. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and the flames on his body were extinguished. Lin Xian was taken aback as well. Even an unparalleled mighty figure would probably be torn apart by his killer moves. But the other party only spat out mouthfuls of blood and did not tear apart. The other party's physique was stronger than he had expected. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The saint son of the 9 Firmament was mad. The energy in his body continued to explode, and the immortal palace above his head shone with a mysterious light. A terrifying aura emerged from the immortal palace. Feeling the change in the aura, Lin Xian frowned. He had seen a beam of immortal light from the immortal palace before. It was life-threatening, so he did not dare to be careless. Whoosh! The dragon's sword realm above his head turned into an azure dragon. The realm released thousands of sword lights, cutting off everything and destroying the void. The two superpowers collided in the air, and the sound spread far and wide. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, more than a dozen figures flew toward them. As soon as they entered, they were blasted back. The energy shock waves inside were not something they could withstand. These people only watched from the entrance, and their faces were full of shock. This is the saint son of the 9 firmament, right? He's actually fighting with someone. It's him. Lin Xian, the master of the immortal palace. Why are the two of them fighting? This was normal. The two of them had always been at odds. The surrounding people were discussing. Lin Xian's sword qi was so terrifying. There were probably not many people in the younger generation who could release such sharp sword qi. What kind of sword technique was that? Was it the immortal palace's secret superpowers? Chapter 2493. It was too terrifying. Many people exclaimed in surprise. However, some of the older generation cultivators were even more astonished. The immortal palace was the ultimate technique of the 9 heavens' holy ground. It was rumored that the 9 heavens' holy ground's grand mystique, when cultivated to the end, could form a 9-layered immortal palace. He wondered what level the 9th firmament saint was using now. At this moment, the palace above the saint of the 9 firmament shone brightly. The energy was like a vast ocean surging forward. Judging from its power, it should be the 3rd level of the celestial palace. An expert exclaimed, 3 layers of immortal palaces? Lin Xian coldly snorted. Holding the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand, he undid the 2 layers of seals on the ancient sword and resisted. 10,000 streaks of light shone, and a heaven-shocking sound erupted. The void in front of them was shattered, and everything was blasted apart. He actually managed to block the 3rd layer of the immortal palace. This immortal palace's palace master was too terrifying, right? How could his sword energy be so powerful? The cultivators in the passage exclaimed, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Damn, brat, I don't believe that you can block my 2nd attack. The saint of the 9th firmament clenched his teeth and roared. He activated the celestial palace above his head again. At the same time, 9 palm shadows appeared in the sky and surrounded the celestial palace. 9 heavens, divine palm. 9 resplendent palms floated up and down in the sky before slamming down mercilessly, shattering the void. The surrounding people trembled. They could feel a shocking killing intent coming from the palm. The 9 firmament's divine palm was the ultimate technique of the 9 firmament's holy ground. Combined with the attack of the immortal palace, the power was so strong that it defied the heavens. It seemed that the saint of the 9 firmaments was really angry. At this moment, the saint of the 9 heavens descended from the sky like a god of death. Lin Xian struck out with the 5 elements sword art: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental sword qi weave through the air. The sword qi also caused the expressions of the surrounding experts to change. Boom! Boom! The 9 heavens' divine palm was incomparably terrifying. It descended from the sky like a divine palm that could destroy the world. Lin Xian brandished his ancient sword and unleashed the 5 elements sword technique to contend against it. Sword qi crisscrossed, divine light danced, and a terrifying murderous aura swept across the world. The two of them exchanged 10 moves, and the 9 shocking strikes of the 9 heavens' divine palm were actually completely blocked. Not only that, the other party didn't seem to have received any damage. This was too inconceivable. This was a world-shaking divine ability, the 9 firmament's divine palm, and it was actually shattered by 9 swords. No one dared to believe it. The saint of the 9 firmament looked gloomy. He realized that ordinary attacks were useless. Even if he used his ultimate technique, he would not be able to do anything to the other party. Damn it, looks like I can only use my trump card. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. Ordinary attacks and divine abilities can't hurt you at all. However, do you think that's all I have? I will let you experience my true strength." At this point, the 9 firmament saints' eyes lit up. His hands quickly formed a seal, and his body emitted a powerful aura. The immortal palace above his head became even more dazzling. Crack! A low voice rang out as a door slowly opened in one of the celestial palaces. What? The door of the immortal palace can be opened? What was going on? The experts in the surrounding passageways were also stunned when they saw the scene. They had never heard of this before. From the looks of it, this should be the 9th firmament saint's trump card. But what exactly was in the immortal palace? Was it about to appear? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had seen the immortal light in the immortal palace before. It could be said that it was unusually sharp and made him feel as if his life was in danger. Therefore, when he saw the door of the immortal palace open, he did not dare to be careless. The great dragon sword soul in his body circled and transformed into a dragon shadow that coiled around his body. Swoosh! A beam of immortal light cut through time and space. It flew out from the door of the immortal palace and charged forward. This beam of light was too fast and too dazzling. Before the people around could react, there was a loud boom in front of them. Then Lin Xian was sent flying. Heavens, what happened? What was that light? Did it come from the immortal palace? That kid was sent flying and he was bleeding. He must have been seriously injured. Could it be that he was killed in a single move? That's possible. The immortal light that flew out from the immortal palace was definitely a fatal blow. Even the saint would be killed if he was careless. How dare you fight with me? Now you know how powerful I am. You don't know what death is. Seeing his opponent vomit blood and fly backward, the 9 firmament saint smiled cruelly. He strode forward, and the immortal palace above his head became even more dazzling. At that moment, he was like a celestial king. He came before Lin Xian and looked down on him. "Now go to hell for me." The 9 firmament saint raised his hand and endless power surged. However, at that moment, Lin Xian, who had been lying motionless on the ground, raised his head. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Oh no! Seeing his opponent's smile, the 9 firmament saint's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he had been tricked. A sense of danger welled up in his heart. The 9 firmament saint quickly retreated. Buzz! However, he was still too late. This was a trap that Lin Xian had carefully set up. How could he let his opponent escape? He swung his sword. The ancient dragon abyss sword turned into a giant dragon and slashed out. Splat! Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. An arm flew off. The 9 firmament saint screamed. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have gone mad. Ah, my arm! What? Everyone in the passageway was stunned. What happened? The 9 firmament saint was injured and his arm was chopped off. What was going on? The situation had changed so quickly that they were completely confused. In front, Lin Xian slowly stood up. The great dragon sword soul flickered on his body. There was a beam of immortal light in the dragon's head. It was the fatal blow that the 9 firmament saint had delivered. However, the great dragon sword soul had caught it. Therefore, Lin Xian did not suffer much damage. The blood was also deliberately caused by him. His goal was to bait the 9 firmament saint and make him let down his guard. That way he would be able to succeed. Sure enough, he chopped off his opponent's arm. Ah, damn brat, I'm going to kill you. The 9 firmament saint roared crazily. He grabbed the severed arm with his palm and reconnected it. His body glowed, and the severed arm was once again intact. However, the 9 firmament saint's face was extremely ferocious. He really could not understand how his opponent had caught his beam of immortal light. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Lin Xian sneered. Although his opponent's immortal light was powerful, he was too naive to think that he could kill him with it. Brat, you forced me to do this. No matter what price I have to pay, I want you dead today. The 9 Firmament Saint's voice was cold. A terrifying, murderous aura surrounded all directions. The experts in the passageway were so frightened that they trembled. Heavens! Could it be that the 9 Firmament Saint still had a trump card? That was for sure. After all, he was the saint of the 9 Firmament sacred ground. He had many cards in his hands. The immortal light was probably not his only trump card. That's right. Everyone guessed correctly. The 9 Firmament Saint did have a trump card. Moreover, it was an even more powerful trump card. Chapter 2494. The 9th Firmament Saint's expression was cold as the immortal palace above his head bobbed up and down. This time, the door of the immortal palace opened again, and an even more terrifying, murderous intent spread out. Immortal light again? The surrounding experts were shocked. Someone said that it might be 2 beams of immortal light. Then its power would be more than doubled. They wondered if the kid could withstand it. 2 beams of immortal light? Lin Xian sneered. He had already received 1 beam, so this immortal light was no threat to him. If he could receive it once, he could receive it a second time. Even if there were 2 beams of immortal light, he was not afraid. Humph, kid, you will regret it. The 9th Firmament Saint sneered as the immortal palace above his head became more and more dazzling. Whoosh! A figure walked out of the immortal palace. What? A figure? There was actually someone living in the immortal palace? The surrounding experts were stunned. No, it shouldn't be a real person. It should be condensed with energy. That's too scary. I thought an immortal had appeared. Immortals were just legends. No one knew if immortals existed in the world. However, the person who walked out of the immortal palace was definitely heaven-defying. I guess that kid might not be able to withstand it. Everyone was discussing intensely. Lin Xian was also stunned. To be honest, he did not expect that it would be a human figure who walked out this time. His face darkened, and his expression was extremely solemn, because the intense murderous intent brought by this figure was even more terrifying than the previous beam of immortal light. What was this figure? Lin Xian did not know, but he felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it! The 9th Firmament Saint actually had such a powerful trump card. Kid, how is it? Are you trembling? Ha 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 ha. This is what you get for provoking me. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I won't let you go. The 9th Firmament Saint sneered. His face became pale, without a trace of blood. Obviously, using such a trump card was a huge burden on him. Now go to hell for me. With a roar, the figure who walked out of the immortal palace above moved. Like a ghost, he streaked across the sky and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Boom! With a palm strike, energy whistled and enveloped Lin Xian. With a loud bang, Lin Xian was pushed back, his blood and qi churning inside his body. What a terrifying palm power! Lin Xian was shocked. This was definitely at the level of a saint. Furthermore, it was a very powerful one. If the 9 Firmament Saint attacked again, it would be 2 saints against 1. That kind of situation was much more dangerous than before. However, what surprised Xiaoqin was that the 9 Firmament Saint did not charge over. He did not cooperate with the terrifying figure to attack together. What was going on? Could it be that he was very weak now? Or was it because he had used his trump card that he couldn't make a move? Lin Xian couldn't understand. Whoosh! His figure flickered as he used the demigods and semi-devils. His speed suddenly exploded, and he dodged the attack of the immortal palace's shadow. He charged toward the 9 Firmament Saint. Seeing this, the celestial palace above the saint's head circled around him, blocking the shocking attack. It's useless, kid. Don't even think about killing me. With the celestial palace around, you can't kill me at all. As expected, Lin Xian was pushed back by the celestial palace. The figure charged over again. Xiaoqin was entangled with the figure. So that's how it is. I really can't attack. Seeing this, Lin Xian completely relaxed. The 9 Firmament Saint couldn't attack. There was only one figure. Although it was extremely powerful, it couldn't do anything to him. It's just a figure and you want to kill me? What a joke. Today, I'll show you that your so-called trump card is nothing in front of me. Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. Nothing in front of you? You really don't know what's good for you. Kid, keep being stubborn. You'll know later how powerful this figure is. The 9 firmament, Saint didn't care at all. This figure was even more terrifying than the immortal light. It could even kill a saint. However, to use it, he had to pay a huge price. First, the energy in his body was almost exhausted. Moreover, he couldn't attack now. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, the 9 firmament Saint didn't want to use this trump card. But now he was forced into a corner. Even if he was weakened, he had to kill his opponent. Buzz! Sure enough, the figure was expressionless. It charged at Lin Xian like a flickering light. The monstrous aura made people tremble. Heavens, this is definitely the combat strength of a saint. This figure was really too terrifying. The 9 firmament Saint was indeed terrifying. Moreover, this figure was not afraid of attacks or death at all. It could be said that it was indomitable. I wonder how that kid will block it? Everyone was talking about it. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Sword chi erupted from his body. His invisible combat strength increased. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and swept through the surroundings like a sword god. Dragon-shaped, sword chi surged. Sword chi filled the sky. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Lin Xian didn't talk nonsense. His combat strength increased infinitely. Each slash was stronger than the previous one. At the 9th slash, heaven and earth exploded. The figure from the celestial palace was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on its body as if it was about to shatter. He was so powerful, the surrounding people were shocked. The 9 firmament Saint's scalp went numb. He didn't expect that his trump card would be shattered by his opponent. How was that possible? Why was his opponent's combat strength stronger than before? He couldn't believe it. Damn it! With a roar, the 9 firmament Saint couldn't care less. His figure flashed, and he rushed forward. He merged with the figure from the celestial palace. When the two of them merged, an earth-shattering power erupted and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Whoosh! A crack appeared in the void. The 9 firmament Saint appeared again. His aura was much stronger than before. Kid, go to hell! After merging with the mysterious figure, the 9 firmament Saint attacked again. He slapped out, causing Lin Xian to vomit blood and fly backward. This time, I won't give you any chance. The 9 firmament Saint's voice was cold. He swore that he would kill Lin Xian. After succeeding in one move, he attacked again. Countless rays of light above his head were like heavenly blades, attacking Lin Xian. The 9 firmament divine palm appeared again. Bang! Bang! Lin Xian was sent flying again, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the aura on his body became extremely fierce. The dragon sword spirit roared. Lin Xian unlocked the 3rd seal on the ancient dragon abyss sword. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Today, I'll let you see my trump card. With a swing of the sword, heaven and earth dimmed, and the celestial palace was sent flying. With the 2nd slash, the 9 firmament Saint was sent flying. Damn it! He was actually so powerful. The 9 firmament Saint's skin went numb. He turned around and left. He didn't dare to continue fighting because he had merged with the figure and used his trump card. After such a long time, he still couldn't take down his opponent. His opponent's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. He didn't dare to delay. If he stayed any longer, he would probably become weak. Therefore, he was ready to retreat. His figure flashed, and he flew into the distance. Chapter 2495. However, Lin Xian would not let him go. He waved his hands, and the ancient sword exploded again. A ball of fiery light appeared. A sword shadow fell from the sky and tore the void apart. Poof! The sword split the 9 firmament saint's body in half. Blood splattered everywhere. The saint of the 9 firmament floated in the sky. Blood and internal organs flowed out. What? The saint of the 9 firmament was killed. Everyone went crazy. They could not believe it. That was the saint of the 9 firmament. How could he be killed just like that? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Whoosh! Lin Xian resealed the ancient dragon abyss sword. His face was a little pale. He looked ahead and furrowed his brows. He realized that the body that had been split in half did not die. Instead, it merged again and was taken into the immortal palace. The immortal palace emitted a mysterious light. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Only a voice was left in the world. Damned brat, I'll remember today's sword. I'll return it to you in the future. Humph. The next time we meet, I'll kill you with my own hands. Lin Xian replied coldly. He did not chase after the saint of the 9 firmament. The immortal palace was too mysterious. He could not break it with his current strength. However, it was enough this time. He had killed the saint of the 9 firmament. Even if the saint of the 9 firmament did not die, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. It was impossible for him to return to his peak in a short period of time. It could be said that he had killed a powerful enemy. Whoosh! Lin Xian exhaled slowly and landed. He looked around and said coldly, "Why? How long do you want to watch? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing." His cold voice blasted the void. The people in the passage felt their scalps go numb. Many of them turned around and ran. What a joke! The saint of the 9 firmament had been killed. They did not dare to stay. However, not everyone ran away. 3 figures did not leave. Instead, they came to the palace. Seeing this scene, the people that were fleeing also stopped and turned their heads to look. What are these people trying to do? Are they going to fight? Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw the 3 figures approaching. What? Do the 3 of you want to die? Kid, you don't have to threaten us. Those 3 sword strikes were powerful, but you must have used up too much energy to use your trump card. How many battles do you have left? Do you think you're bluffing to scare us off? Do you think that's possible? The 9 firmament Saint's son wants to kill you for the treasure, right? Hand over the treasure you obtained, and the 3 of us can let you live. Otherwise, you will lose your life here today. You're courting death. How dare you 3 ants try to snatch my treasure? Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes bursting with piercing sword light. Ants? Brat, you're really blind. We just don't want to reveal our identities. Do you really think we're ants? The auras of the 3 of them suddenly erupted like a mountain torrent, enveloping the entire sky. This power was simply too strong. This was definitely an expert. So valiant. Who were these 3 people? In the passageway, the remaining people were extremely surprised. They found that the 3 of them were shrouded in black fog, and they couldn't see clearly. Thinking about it, he must have done so in order to conceal his identity. A guy who doesn't even dare to show his face dares to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Indeed, unlocking the 3rd level of the ancient sword had consumed a lot of his energy. However, not everyone could target him. Since you're not cooperating, don't blame the 3 of us for being impolite. The man in black in the middle sneered. He stretched out his large hand, covering the sky and earth, and grabbed in front of him. Buzz poof! Lin Xian attacked decisively. He swung his sword and slashed at the large palm. With a bang, the palm was split open. Blood turned into a rain of blood and fell. That person grunted and retracted his palm. Damn it! Let's attack together and kill him. The 3 of them were shocked. They didn't expect the other party to have such strength after using his trump card. It seemed that they had to go all out. The 3 of them turned into 3 phantoms and charged over in a triangular formation. The ancient dragon abyss sword swept out and forced two of them back. The other person came to Lin Xian's side. Whoosh! A black, long sword appeared in the hand of the man in black. The sword light shone, sending chills down one's spine. "He, die kid," the man in black sneered. The killing intent on his body surged. The sword was about to stab him. Buzz, suddenly his body trembled because he saw a pair of golden eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They carried endless power. In an instant, the man in black was stunned. He felt his soul being sucked into a strange space. Bang! Lin Xian punched out and exploded the man's head. The headless corpse fell to the ground, dyeing the ground red. What? How could this be? How could he be so powerful? Damn it, it's a soul attack. Let's go. The remaining two men in black turned around and ran. Initially, they thought that the other party was very weak, so they joined forces. However, even though the other party was weak, he was not someone they could fight against. Therefore, the two of them quickly ran away. In an instant, the two of them entered the passage and were about to disappear. Suddenly, the two of them stopped in midair and screamed miserably. This scene was extremely strange because the others could clearly see that the two of them did not suffer any injuries. However, the two of them screamed like pigs being slaughtered, causing one's scalp to go numb. 3 seconds later, the two of them stiffened and fell to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, and there was no trace of life. "Anyone else who wants to attack me, step forward." Lin Xian's cold voice sounded as he looked around. Hearing this, everyone fled, not daring to stay for even a second. In an instant, everyone in the hall had left. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He took out 2 pills, swallowed them, and left the hall. Shuttling through the passage, Lin Xian found a remote stone house. There were no treasures inside, and it was very simple. He set up a formation seal. Then his figure flashed and entered the black earth. "Hey, two, help me watch the situation outside. I want to cultivate." Lin Xian gave some instructions, then sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his palm, he took out the small bronze cauldron he obtained. The small cauldron was very thick and heavy. Although it was small in size, it was as heavy as a mountain. It was engraved with rune markings, and the top was sealed by countless runes, carrying with it an ancient power. Lin Xian activated the great dragon sword soul, activated Tianji's body, and carefully broke these seals. After about half a day, he finished breaking all these seals. Crack! He opened the small bronze cauldron. In the next moment, his pupils shrank because the moment he opened it, a strange pill fragrance drifted out. Smelling the pill fragrance, Lin Xian felt his entire body warm up. The strength he had consumed was recovering at a very fast speed. What a magical pill! Lin Xian was excited. He had obtained a treasure. Chapter 2496. Just the pill fragrance alone had such an effect. This was definitely a heaven-defying pill. He was also an alchemist, so he naturally knew the effects of this pill. Not to mention him, even an invincible king would be greatly tempted. With a wave of his palm, a pill floated out of the small bronze cauldron. The purple pill was the size of a longan fruit. It was covered with pill patterns and was very mysterious. Lin Xian couldn't understand it. However, it didn't matter if he didn't understand it, as long as it was effective. With a flip of his palm, he swallowed this purple pill. But as soon as he swallowed it, his eyes widened, and there was even a trace of regret. He was too careless. The power of this pill was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, it was like a furnace of heaven and earth, burning fiercely in his body. That violent energy turned into a turbulent sea, swimming in his meridians as if it wanted to burst his body. "Damn it, suppress it!" Lin Xian roared and quickly ran the longevity incantation. The longevity incantation was very magical, crazily absorbing the energy in his body. However, this energy was far beyond Lin Xian's imagination. There was too much, like a vast sea, endless. This surprised Lin Xian. He knew that he had underestimated this pill. This pill from tens of thousands of years ago was really too terrifying. The grade was probably unimaginable. Although his longevity incantation was very mysterious and could absorb infinitely, his body couldn't bear it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He quickly urged the dragon sword soul and at the same time absorbed the energy in his body to awaken. The dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique with unlimited potential, but it was still in the growth stage at this moment. Lin Xian was now in the early 7-star stage, and he could fight against an early 8-star, peerless, mighty figure. If the dragon sword soul went all out, it could even fight against a mid-8-star, peerless, mighty figure. Although it was only the difference between the mid-stage and early stage, the real strength could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. A mid-8-star, peerless, mighty figure could easily kill a few early 8-star powerhouses. The gap between them was huge. With the absorption of the dragon sword soul, the violent energy in his body was finally diverted. Lin Xian's body also avoided the consequences of exploding. This made him sigh in relief. He formed a seal with both hands and slowly closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the energy in his body with all his might. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. I wonder how far this ancient pill will allow him to advance his cultivation? Lin Xian was cultivating inside the Black Earth. The place where he was staying was very remote, and because of the concealment of the formation, no one disturbed him for a while. Just like that, he quietly absorbed the ancient pill. On the other side, after separating from Lin Xian, No Flower was being chased by the Black Yak. This big black yak was an elite warrior of the demon imperial palace. His strength was valiant, and he wasn't from the younger generation. Instead, he was a veteran elite warrior. His strength had reached the peak of the early stage of 8 stars. Especially that pair of horns, they were absolutely no weaker than a Heaven Step treasured artifact. Therefore, the black yak was very aggressive in its pursuit. However, No Flower was not weak. As the holy son of Lanrua Temple, his strength was incomparably powerful. His cultivation had reached the early stage of 7 stars. His combat strength had reached the early stage of 8 stars. In addition, he had a mysterious bloodline and a precious treasure like the soul-anchoring pearl. Therefore, when he used his full strength, his combat strength was equivalent to a mid-stage 8 stars peerless powerhouse. Although the Black Yak was an early-stage 8 stars powerhouse, his combat strength increase was not as good as No Flower's. At full strength, he was only equivalent to a mid-stage 8 stars powerhouse. Therefore, the two were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, No Flower directly used another Buddhist, great magical power, the demon sealing spell. This was a kind of magical power that was specially used against the demon race. It had a strong restraining effect on the demon race. However, it was very difficult to cultivate. Moreover, once this magical power was used, it would also produce a vicious aura. One must go into seclusion to cultivate Buddhist doctrine in order to eliminate the vicious aura. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, these Buddhists were not willing to use it. At this moment, No Flower was being chased anxiously, so he used it without hesitation. As soon as the demon sealing spell was used, the Black Yak's strength was sealed and suppressed. In the end, he was defeated and quickly fled. No Flower breathed a sigh of relief. He moved and found a quiet place to open his small bronze cauldron. In addition, other warriors were looking for opportunities on their own. Of course, most of them were running for their lives because there were too many traps and arrays in this ancient tomb. However, there was one thing that spread like wildfire. That was, the 9 Firmaments saint was slashed by a sword. This battle was seen by more than a dozen Holy Land warriors, so in the end the news spread, and it spread more and more widely. For a time, many Holy Land warriors were talking about it, and in the ancient tomb, the first thing that those warriors who met asked about was that the 9 Firmaments saint was slashed by a human. They all wanted to confirm whether it was true or not. because it was too shocking. God, was the 9 firmaments saint really slashed by a sword? What kind of ruthless person was this, to be so terrifying? Was the 9 firmaments saint dead? The people of the 9 firmaments, holy land, were going crazy. The 9 firmaments saint was not dead. Although he was slashed in half, his body was taken away by the immortal palace. He should be able to survive. However, it was not that easy to recover. Who was it? How could he be so strong? Could it be an elder of a holy land? No, it was Lin Xian, the temple master of the immortal palace. What? The temple master of the immortal palace. How was this possible? Although he was the temple master of the immortal palace, he looked like a young man. He should be a saint of the younger generation. Yes. How could he slash the 9 firmament saint? Could it be that this guy's strength increased greatly? I don't know. Anyway, I saw it with my own eyes. He slashed the 9 firmaments saint in half with a sword. As for whether his strength increased greatly, I don't know. I heard that the 9 firmaments saint was chasing him for a treasure in his hands. Could it be the treasure map of the 6 Tao patterns? No, it seems to be something else. That kid might have gotten other treasures from other places. No way, this kid's luck is too good. He got the treasure map of the 6 Tao patterns, and he got other treasures? Indeed, it was enough to make people jealous. However, his strength was indeed shocking. The 9 firmaments saint was so terrifying that even a mysterious phantom walked out of the immortal palace. But he could not defeat him. Other than the top saints with sacred bodies and divine bodies, no one could defeat him. That was not necessarily true. Although the 9 firmaments saint was a saint, he was only at the average level among the various saints. The geniuses of the other holy lands had many trump cards. If they really attacked, that kid would definitely not be able to resist. Discussions broke out. However, no matter what, the fact that the 9 firmament saint was slashed in half by Lin Xian was still shocking. Everyone who heard it felt their scalps go numb. In the end, this matter was still known by the 9 firmaments Holy Land martial artists. Chapter 2497. In the end, the 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists found out about this. One of the teams had a total of 7 people. 2 elders were leading the team, and the remaining 5 were young disciples. When they heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue, and they were stunned. What? Their holy son had been struck by someone. Was he killed? They were all panicking. If the 9 heavens' holy son had died here, it would be a big deal. First of all, they could not bear the consequences. They could not answer to the sacred ground. Moreover, they would become the laughingstock of all the sacred grounds. They would not be able to raise their heads again. Moreover, the fall of the holy sun would not only damage their reputation, but it would also be a huge blow to the 9 heavens' sacred ground. The cost of nurturing a holy son could be said to be heaven-defying. The resources were unimaginable. Therefore, they could not afford it. They quickly asked around and found out that the 9 heavens' holy son was not dead. He was still alive. This made them heave a sigh of relief. However, these people were still furious. Damn immortal palace! How dare they kill the holy son of the 9 heavens' sacred ground? Is that Lin Xian? We must catch him and tear him to pieces. Yes, no one dares to provoke the 9 heavens' sacred ground. No matter who it is, they must pay the price. These martial artists of the 9 heavens' sacred ground were murderous. They began to search for Lin Xian everywhere. Of course, they did not forget the most important thing. That was to quickly find the 9 heavens' holy son. Although the 9 heavens' holy son had not been killed, he must be very weak. If he was targeted by someone else, he would be in danger. Needless to say, there were people who had designs on the 9 heavens' holy son. After all, he was a holy son with many treasures in his hands. It could be said that he was a small treasure trove. Normally, no one dared to provoke them, because whether it was their personal strength or their background, they were all frighteningly big. But it was different now. The 9 heavens' holy son had been struck by someone. Even if he was still alive, his strength would be greatly reduced. And now, more importantly, he was completely separated from the people of the 9 heavens' sacred ground. Now he was alone and helpless. If they made a move now, they could do it secretly and frame Lin Xian and Immortal Palace. It could be said that it was killing many birds with one stone. Therefore, some people really did have such an idea. You two don't need to follow me anymore. Go find the 9 firmament saint's son, kill him, and take his things. A young man in a blue robe with a jade-like face said coldly. He stood with his hands behind his back facing the crowd. Behind him, there were 2 mysterious figures whose faces could not be seen clearly. After receiving the news, the 2 of them immediately took action. With a sway of their bodies, they turned into 2 streaks of light and left the area. Saint Son of the 9 firmament, since you are so weak, don't blame me for being rude. This green-robed figure gradually became hazy and illusory. From afar, it was as if 7 stars were connected together. Soon, he also disappeared into the void. It wasn't just this green-robed man. On the other side, there was a man whose entire body was shining like a fiend god sitting cross-legged. His eyes flickered, but there was no one around him. His hands continued to form seals, and soon a beam of light shot out from his body and turned into a human figure. As soon as the silhouette appeared, its body flickered with the light of a demonic god before it was sucked into its body. Go and kill the 9 firmament saint. The figure sitting cross-legged was also surrounded by 108 fiend gods. Her cold voice sounded. The light figure in front of him disappeared. These people were from the other sacred grounds, and they were ready to make a move. However, within the 9 firmament sacred ground, there were also people who had the same idea. The status of the saint was very special in the sacred ground. He was the number 1 of the younger generation, and if nothing went wrong, he would become the sacred leader of the sacred ground in the future. It could be said that countless people were envious of him. Normally, those Holy Sun candidates were not strong enough, but now they finally had an opportunity. Since you have been injured, don't blame me for being rude. This was also a young man with a cold face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, his body was wrapped in mist, and he also turned into a stream of light and charged out. For a time, many people were looking for the 9 firmament saint, wanting to kill him. The elders of the 9 firmament sacred ground were even crazier. They searched like crazy and at the same time sent out assassination teams to assassinate the people of the Immortal Palace. Under their crazy actions, they really succeeded. One of the disciples of the Immortal Palace was killed, and 3 others were injured. However, the people of the 9 firmament sacred ground did not stop there. Instead, they became more and more aggressive. They even wanted to kill everyone from the Immortal Palace. If not for Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu, who were saintesses and had 2 super sacred grounds behind them, they would have been killed. These people of the 9 firmament sacred ground wanted to attack them. Damn it! The martial artists of the Immortal Palace gritted their teeth in anger. They did not expect that the 9 firmament sacred ground would dare to attack them. What was worse was that they were now scattered, and they could not find Elder Li, Xingtian, and the others. The remaining young disciples were also geniuses, but under the siege of the elders of the 9 firmament sacred ground, they could not hold on. For a time, they could only hide temporarily and send a distress signal to Elder Li, Xingtian, and the others. However, they were still caught by the 9 firmament sacred ground. Among them, a team of 7 people surrounded 3 Immortal Palace martial artists. Not good run. When the 3 young martial artists of the Immortal Palace saw this, they quickly retreated, wanting to leave. However, among the 7 people, there were 2 elders, and the rest were 5 geniuses. Whether it was strength or numbers, they were far superior to them. Therefore, the 3 martial artists of the Immortal Palace were trapped. Among them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men shouted coldly, "Damn it, what are you trying to do? How dare you attack our Immortal Palace? Are you tired of living? What are you trying to do? Of course, we are going to kill you." Your palace master is so reckless, daring to go against our 9 firmament sacred ground. Now is the time of your death. Not only will I kill you, but I will also kill everyone from the immortal palace. I will let your palace master know what regret is. Capture the 3 of them first, and don't let them die so easily. I want to torture them to death. I want to let everyone know that no one dares to provoke us. The 2 elders of the 9 firmament sacred ground gave the order. The 5 young disciples behind them rushed forward, courting death. The 3 young immortal palace martial artists roared angrily. They used all of their strength to fight against it. After a great battle, they were still defeated. The 3 of them were injured, and there was not much strength left in their bodies. Haha, you still want to fight with us? You are really reckless. A disciple of the 9 firmament sacred ground walked forward and trampled one of the martial artists of the immortal palace to the ground. Buzz! Dozens of sword lights appeared in his hand, and all of them pierced the body of the immortal palace disciple. Chapter 2498. Poof! 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 How is it? Have you tasted pain? Kneel down and beg for mercy. Apologize to the 9 heavens, holy ground. I can give you a quick death. You're courting death. We, immortal palace, will not let you off. Just you wait. Our palace master and elders will come to kill you soon. Kill us? Sure, let them come. We're looking for them. The people of 9 heavens, holy ground, sneered. They stabbed a few more times, and blood dyed their bodies red. The martial artist of immortal palace struggled madly. Not only him, but his other disciple was also being tortured. The last female disciple was not tortured. However, the other disciples of 9 heavens, holy ground, grinned maliciously. Girl, you're pretty good looking. I wonder how the women of immortal palace taste? Don't worry. Yours truly will make you feel good later. At this moment, the martial artists of 9 heavens holy ground were no longer people of 9 heavens holy ground. They were clearly a bunch of beasts. Arg, we, immortal palace, will not let you off. The female martial artist screamed madly. Her face was filled with helplessness. There was no one around her. Only 2 people of 9 heavens holy ground were walking towards her. She wanted to escape. However, the space around her was frozen in an instant. Her energy was frozen as well. The ones who attacked were not disciples of 9 heavens holy ground, but 2 elders. Under the power of 2 elders, the female martial artist of immortal palace could not resist at all. She closed her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She regretted not using her last chance to self-destruct. Who knows? She might have been able to drag 2 of them down with her. But now, she could not even self-destruct. Poof! Poof! I love to see you guys of immortal palace in despair. This makes me feel good. The 2 martial artists of 9 heavens, holy ground, grinned maliciously as they walked towards each other. The other 2 martial artists of immortal palace, who were lying on the ground, howled madly. Damn you, bastard! If you dare to touch her, I will not let you off. Their bodies were covered in blood as they howled madly. Won't let me off. Poof! You guys can't even save yourselves. What do you have to let me off? Is there anyone else here? This is our 9 heavens, holy ground's territory. As he spoke, one of the 9 heavens holy ground disciples grabbed the female cultivator in front of him. Ah! Pum! Pum! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void as a red light shot out, slapping the 2 9 heavens holy lands cultivators away. Endless light shone down as the 2 9 heavens holy lands cultivators were sent flying, crashing through the void. Half of their bodies were directly smashed open, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Ah! The 2 of them rolled on the ground, screaming crazily. Light flickered on their bodies as they tried to repair the damage. The remaining people of the 9 heavens, holy ground, were stunned. The two elders' faces darkened. Their gazes pierced through the void like lightning. The remaining 3 disciples roared madly. "Who is it? Get the hell out here! How dare you attack us? Are you tired of living?" Angry roars could be heard. Hope appeared in the eyes of the 2 Immortal Palace cultivators on the ground. That Immortal Palace female disciple even more so opened her eyes, her face full of shock. Originally, she had already given up all hope, thinking that it would be very difficult for her to escape the clutches of the devil. But who would have thought that at the very last moment there would be an unforeseen event? Someone had come to save her. Who was it? Was it a strong cultivator from Immortal Palace? The elders of the 9 heavens' holy lands also thought so their expressions were extremely grave. "Damn it, you sneaky bastard, get the hell out of here!" shouted a disciple furiously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body was pierced through. A red claw pierced through his back and directly crushed his heart. Pum! That person fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. The people next to him were scared out of their wits. "Damn it!" The 2 elders of the 9 heavens' holy lands roared furiously and threw a punch at the red claw. Dang! An earth-shattering collision sound spread in the air. Their palms violently slapped the red claw, like a golden spear and armored horse. The void around them shattered. The elder took 3 steps back, his face pale. It was as if he had slapped a red mountain. His entire arm was numb. However, what shocked him was that the red claw was completely fine. There was no crack at all. F***CK. How dare you hit Master Long? Do you want to die? Behind them, an arrogant voice sounded, a roar shaking those people. Those people began to tremble, the chi and blood within their bodies roiling. A demonic beast. Could it be a flood dragon? They were shocked. The voice was too strong, like a dragon's roar. It made them tremble. The people of the 9 heavens' holy lands thought that the people of Beast King Palace had come. But soon they were stunned. That was because they saw a red silhouette walking over. Damn it! Crawling snake. It's the crawling snake from Immortal Palace. They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. The 3 cultivators of Immortal Palace were excited. "Master Long, hurry up and save us." They naturally recognized that it was the snake beside Master Long. "Don't worry, Ben Huang is here. He won't let you be in danger." The crimson dragon waved its claw, and countless red lights flew forward, turning into a cloud and enveloping the 3 of them. Whoosh! The 3 of them recovered from their injuries. How magical! Master Long is so powerful. The 3 cultivators of Immortal Palace were excited. They had never seen the crimson dragon fight before. They didn't expect it to have such a magical technique. It was worthy of being Master Long's subordinate. It was really strong. The 3 of them were too excited. The people of the 9 heavens' holy lands, on the other hand, were gloomy. The other party had just appeared and injured 2 of their disciples, and even killed one of them. This method was too fierce. Moreover, what made them even more worried was whether or not the other party had come alone. If Immortal Palace's army came, they might not be able to escape. But after looking for a long time, other than the other party, no one else appeared. They heaved a sigh of relief. Humph! The 2 elders revealed a ferocious look. "Crawling snake, you actually came alone, and you dare to be arrogant in front of us. Later, we will peel off your snake skin. Not bad, your claws are also very sharp. It is suitable to be used as a weapon and armor. F***CK. You actually dare to have ideas about Ben Huang. You really don't know your place." The Crimson Dragon was angry. He didn't attack, but waved his claw. 9 lackeys, come over here." 9 lackeys? What was that? Could it be that there was really an ambush? The people of the 9 heavens' holy lands were nervous. The 3 disciples of Immortal Palace were also confused. Why was this name so melodramatic? Just as they were confused, more than 10 figures walked out of the passage in front of them. They were very fast. The 9 of them in front even flashed and came to the side of the crimson dragon. "Master, you are looking for us?" "What?" Seeing this, the people of the 9 heavens' holy lands were dumbfounded. The 3 disciples of Immortal Palace also opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Heavens! What did they see? Chapter 2499. The experts from the 9 holy lands were half kneeling on the ground, showing great respect to the crimson dragon. Am I dreaming? The people from the 9 heavens, holy lands were going crazy. What was going on? Wasn't the other party a snake from the Immortal Palace? How could he control the people from the other holy lands? Moreover, those experts were half kneeling on the ground. Even the people from the other holy lands did not receive such treatment. What was going on? They were all stunned. The 3 from the Immortal Palace were also stunned. They could not understand what was going on. The 9 people kneeling on the ground were naturally the 9 experts that the Crimson Dragon had subdued. These 9 people were tough bones before, but after being tortured by the dark red divine dragon's various methods, these people were afraid. This was because they realized that their bodies and souls could not resist the other party's torture. Since they could not resist, they might as well be obedient lackeys. After all, they also wanted to live. Catch a few of them, but don't kill them. Damn it! How dare they go against Ben Huang? I'm so angry. The Crimson Dragon pointed at the martial artists from the 9 heavens, holy lands, and said with gritted teeth. Hearing this, the 9 lackeys stood up. Their eyes were cold as they looked forward. Humph! People from the 9 heavens, holy lands, kneel down and be our master's pets. If you do, I can spare your lives. One of them said coldly. As he spoke, lightning surrounded his body, and a sea of lightning surged around him. Seeing this, the people from the 9 heavens, holy lands, were even more stunned. An expert from the 1,000 thunder, holy lands. Damn it, how could you submit to a snake? Could it be that you are under an illusion? Or some kind of restriction? They were really shocked. Humph! Stop talking nonsense and come over here obediently. Another cold voice sounded. This person was from the 5 Elements Palace. As he spoke, the 5-colored light around his body formed a huge mountain that floated above his head, bringing with it an infinite pressure. People from the 5 Elements Palace. People from the Illusion Palace. People from the 4 symbols, holy lands. Heavens! The people from the 9 heavens, holy lands, were going crazy. What was going on? Why did the martial artists from the other holy lands become the other party's lackeys? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take action, the Crimson Dragon said impatiently. Hearing this, the 9 lackeys didn't dare to hesitate any longer. They all unleashed their ultimate techniques and charged forward. The endless thunder sea, the terrifying 5 elements mountain, the sky full of sword radiance, and the terrifying saber radiance. All of a sudden, the 9 experts made their moves and surrounded the people of the 9 heavens' holy ground. How could these people from the 9 heavens' holy ground withstand it? Of their 5 young disciples, 1 was killed, 2 were severely injured, and the remaining 2 were scared out of their wits. The other 2 elders also had ugly expressions on their faces. They roared and went crazy, using all their strength to stop him. However, other than the 9 lackeys, there were another 5 or 6 experts waiting for them. The young disciples were subdued in an instant. The 2 old men roared furiously. After all, they were peerless almighties with great strength. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon said, "The 9 of you will deal with 1. Leave the other 1 to me." Whoosh! The battlefield was divided into 2 sides. The Crimson Dragon personally entered the battlefield and displayed the great magical ability of the Dragon Clan. In the sky, countless dragon silhouettes weaved about, fighting a great battle with that elder. In the end, the elder's Crimson Dragon was directly sealed. As for the other elder, he suppressed the 9 lackeys with his strength. He was powerful and took advantage of his injuries, forcing the 9 lackeys to retreat. When he saw one of his companions being sealed, He roared and turned to attack the Crimson Dragon. However, the Crimson Dragon used its great magical ability and attacked. Boom! The elder's hands were directly broken. Ah, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it, this snake is too strong. I can't beat it. Moreover, there were other experts around. If he continued to fight, he might very well be sealed. Thinking of this, the elder roared and tore through the void to escape. One of the elders was also caught. One of them escaped. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace were stunned. They didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Ha ha ha, this is great. Looking at the people of the 9 heavens, holy ground, who were sealed, the 3 of them were filled with killing intent. Among them, 2 of the male disciples directly kicked the elder's face. Damn it, I'll let you be arrogant. I'll let you attack again. Their feet kicked the other party's face, making a sonorous sound, shaking their feet until they were numb. Damn old gang noobs, old bastard. How thick-skinned. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They were only at the Almighty level and couldn't break through the defense of a peerless Almighty. However, so what if they couldn't break through? It was very satisfying to be able to step on the other party's face. Sure enough, the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground was so angry that he vomited blood. Their hair stood up, the veins on their bodies were bulging, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, he was sealed by the Crimson Dragon with an ancient seal. In addition, he was seriously injured and couldn't escape at all. Not only that, the Crimson Dragon was not at ease and even injured his soul. In this way, the elder completely lost the ability to resist. Come, come, come. Don't be shy. Step on me to your heart's content. You can step on me however you want. The Crimson Dragon said very heroically. Sure enough, other than the elder, the remaining disciples also received special treatment. Their faces were trampled into mush. Whoosh! The Crimson Dragon waved its claws, and their faces were healed again. Their faces were smashed, and they were healed again. Their faces were smashed, and they were healed again. Just like that, dozens of times, these people were on the verge of collapse. They finally experienced what was called despair. What was worse than death? The 9 lackeys at the side sneered. Now they knew how they were treated. Now they knew why they were so strong and were reduced to lackeys. They couldn't help it. No one could bear this kind of torture. Damn it, how dare you touch us? You're dead. The 9 heavens, holy ground, will never let you go. The elder roared angrily. As a dignified elder, he had never been treated like this before. What was even more despicable was that a few juniors were trampling on his face. Although they couldn't hurt him, the way the soles of their shoes touched his face drove him crazy. He swore that as long as he escaped, he would tear these people into pieces. He would make them suffer a fate worse than death. F***CK. You dared to threaten me just now? What's with that look in your eyes? One of the disciples of the Immortal Palace directly slapped over, causing the void to tremble. His arm was numb, and the surrounding space was cracked. The elder's face didn't shatter, but there was a clear palm print on his face. F***CK. This is so F***king awesome. Come, 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 the 2 of you give it a try. The disciple seemed to have discovered a new world and hurriedly called out to the other 2. The other 2 disciples also walked up. They also gave it a try and found that it was indeed satisfying. For a moment, the 3 of them were very busy. The void trembled and thunder rumbled. Chapter 2500. The elder fainted from anger. Damn it, how could they be so weak? The Crimson Dragon curled its lips and looked at the remaining 4 disciples of the 9 heavens, sacred ground. The 2 whose bodies had been smashed had also recovered. They were extremely weak. Looking at the Crimson Dragon, they trembled. The Crimson Dragon came to the side of the 2. These 2 were the ones who wanted to humiliate you. The female martial artist nodded, and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. Very well, I'll give you a chance. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws, and a sharp sword appeared in the air. You can turn them into eunuchs with your own hands. What? Hearing this, the two martial artists of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, turned green. They felt a chill down their legs, and a huge fear appeared in their hearts. What? Eunuch? Damn it, no. You can't do this to us. Please let us go. You can step on me, but you can't turn me into a eunuch. Do you still need lackeys? I can be your lackey. The two of them screamed crazily. They were unwilling to be tortured like this. One had to know that this was something that no man would be willing to do. However, the female disciple's eyes lit up when she heard this. Did you think of letting me go back then? She was not a weak little girl, but an expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. If not for the Crimson Dragon, she could not imagine what would have happened to her. Therefore, now that he had the chance to take revenge, how could he be soft-hearted? With a sneer, the female disciple grabbed the sharp sword in the air. The aura on her body exploded like a flood. The biting, cold, murderous aura pierced through the clouds, forming countless swords in the sky. No, Beauty, you can't do this to me. I was wrong before. I was just fooling around with you. The two of them cried as they spoke. We can't do anything. We are also disciples, and we can only listen to our elder. If there's anything, you can look for our elder. They were about to cry. Anyway, their elder had fainted now. He could not hear this. They quickly pushed the blame to their elder. Seeing this scene, the 9 lackeys beside him felt goosebumps all over their bodies. F***CK. This guy was too shameless. He actually dared to push the blame to the elder. Fortunately, their elder had fainted from anger. Otherwise, he would probably explode from anger if he heard those words. Thinking about how they had been treated in the past, and then looking at the current situation, the 9 lackeys felt that they had been so happy before. Now you know how to beg for mercy? It's too late. That female disciple didn't care at all. She waved her sharp sword and pierced through the void. One of them screamed miserably. Blood was gushing out of his vital parts. That feeling of shattering was 100 times more intense than any other pain. Hearing the sound that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, the other male martial artists felt their scalps go numb. However, that female disciple was indeed very excited. She turned her head again to look at the other person. The man's body started to tremble. He quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I beg you to spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I'll work like a horse for you. I'll be your lackey, okay? What a joke! Seeing his companion hovering between life and death, he didn't want to suffer. However, the answer was definitely no. That female martial artist from Immortal Palace kicked him to the ground and then waved her sword. Another scream sounded. The 2 9 heavens holy ground martial artists who weren't tortured fainted from fear. It was too cruel. They couldn't bear to watch it. The 9 lackeys were also scared. However, that female disciple from Immortal Palace was very satisfied. This feeling of revenge was simply too satisfying. All right, wake them up and let them be our new lackeys. Then let's set off. The Crimson Dragon waved her hand, and the 9 lackeys immediately woke up the 9 heavens holy ground martial artists who had fainted. When that elder and disciple found out that they had also become the new lackeys, they had the urge to vomit blood. Damn it, after being beaten so much and suffering so much, they still couldn't escape the fate of becoming a lackey. However, they didn't dare to resist because they were afraid that the other party would stab them in the vital parts. The group set off again. On the other side, the 9 heavens holy ground elder who had escaped was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth. He was really mad. He didn't run away. Instead, he hid and prepared to watch. When he saw that his companions were all tortured and became lackeys, he couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't bear it anymore and used his trump card. He took out an old, yellowed scroll and used his blood to write down names one after another on it. The entire scroll was densely packed. Blood floated around and countless names shone. Then the scroll floated in the void. The 9 heavens holy ground elder formed a seal and burned the scroll. Whoosh! The space cracked open, and one figure after another appeared around him. This was not an illusion, nor was it an illusion. They were real people. Those 9 heavens, holy ground martial artists who were all over the ancient tomb were all teleported over. This was their very important trump card. They wouldn't use it unless they had no other choice. However, this 9 heavens, holy ground elder couldn't bear it anymore. So he used his trump card. In an instant, dozens of experts were summoned. However, other than the 9 heavens saint who didn't appear, all the other people who had written down their names appeared. What's going on? Why did they use the blood sacrifice teleportation? After the elders and disciples appeared, they asked one after another, could it be that there was news of the saint? No, there was no news of the saint. However, the old man told him what he had seen earlier. What? Those guys really dared to do that? Damn it. They've gone too far. Kill them. You must kill them. These elders were furious. Each of them was filled with killing intent. There were too many experts around that snake. They didn't know what method he used to subdue. So many of them were outnumbered. We're no match for him. That's why I used the blood sacrifice teleportation to summon you. We have to save our people and kill them all. That snake is very strange. I think he must have some secrets. Capture him and torture him out. In the future, we can control other experts too. These people went over murderously. Finally, the two sides met. Damn it, let our people go. The people of 9 heavens, holy ground, roared. The elder gritted his teeth. His eyes were like divine lamps. Oh, the reinforcements are here. The crimson dragon sneered. 9 lackeys go. The 9 lackeys rushed out. However, at this time, the elder who was running away snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and countless 9 heavens, holy ground martial artists behind him walked over. Each of them was filled with killing intent. Seeing this, the 9 lackeys' faces changed, and they quickly retreated. They left after-images in the sky. The crimson dragon also exclaimed, "Damn it, so many people came." The 3 immortal palace martial artists became nervous again. Chapter 2501. Among the lackeys, the elders, and disciples of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, were crying emotionally. "Elder, save us. You must save us. Kill him. You must kill him. I want to tear him into pieces." They roared like crazy, but what awaited them was a few slaps. The crimson dragon sent them flying, and now you want to escape? They haven't saved you yet. 9 great lackeys cover us. The dark, red, divine dragon gave the order. At the same time, it spoke to the 3 immortal palace martial artists at its side. "Let's leave quickly. There are too many of them. We'll be at a disadvantage if we continue fighting." He was a wily old fox. He wouldn't do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. If it was a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't be afraid of any elder. He could even kill them, but there were so many of them. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't win against them. Therefore, he quickly retreated with the 3 immortal palace martial artists. The 9 lackeys also wanted to escape, but unfortunately, their lives were still in the hands of the crimson dragon. Therefore, they could only obediently resist. But this time, there were too many people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground. In an instant, they were surrounded by more than a dozen figures. They couldn't exert any strength at all. The remaining people were like a sharp sword, piercing through the sky and killing the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon roared, and his body expanded. The dragon blood in his body surged and wrapped around the 3 immortal palace martial artists, increasing his speed. However, the people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, were determined to kill them. Moreover, their companions were still surrounded by the enemy. How could they let them go without saving their companions? Therefore, they chased them all the way and finally came to an empty cave. Buzz! Buzz! The 3 elders of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, formed a seal and raised their hands. 3 phoenix phantoms covered the sky and covered the entire space. The dark divine dragon was blocked and stopped. The army behind them charged over and completely surrounded them. "Master Long, what should we do?" Seeing this, the three immortal palace martial artists were terrified. The Crimson Dragon's face was gloomy. Beside him, the 9 heavens sacred grounds lackeys who were tied up laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! Did you see that? This is what you get for provoking us. You're dead meat. They gritted their teeth. Finally, they had a chance to take revenge. However, the Crimson Dragon smashed half of their heads with a slap, and there were many cracks on their bodies. If you dare to threaten me, I'll kill all of you with a single slap. Damn it, let our people go. Seeing this, the army of the 9 heavens, holy ground, roared in anger. This time there were dozens of them, and they were not afraid of any sudden changes. This was unless Immortal Palace's great army also came. However, they suspected that this dragon didn't have any summoning and transport items in its hands. Otherwise, the Crimson Dragon Immortal Palace martial artists. Indeed, Immortal Palace's 3 individuals were also asking about it. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. This emperor didn't have that kind of thing, but perhaps little Xianzi had it. What now? The 3 of them felt as if the sky was falling. However, the Crimson Divine Dragon waved its arm. Don't Immortal Palace martial artists. In an instant, he set up layers of array formations, enveloping the surroundings and forming a defensive barrier. Then the Crimson Dragon said, Don't worry, although I can't contact the Immortal Palace martial artists, I can contact Xiao Xuanzi. Let him save us. Contact the Palace Master. The Immortal Palace martial artists were excited. As long as they could contact the Palace Master, they could contact Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others. When the Immortal Palace martial artists came, they would have hope. Therefore, the Immortal Palace martial artists were relieved. The 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists snorted coldly. You want to trap us with an array? You want to call for reinforcements? Not so easy. 9 heavens divine palm. An elder stood out and waved his palm. Light shone in the sky, and the whole space shook violently. 9 large palms appeared in the sky and slammed forward in an overwhelming manner. Pung, pung, pung. The fierce collision shook the sky and the earth. The bright light screen shook as if it would break at any time. But in the end, it did not break. It was blocked. It could be blocked. Inside the formation, when the 3 Immortal Palace martial artists saw this scene, they were extremely excited. The 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists frowned. Damn it, what kind of array is this? How can it be so strong? The Crimson Dragon sneered. Idiot, you think you can break my array so easily? How can it be? His attainments and formations had far surpassed their imaginations. On top of that, he had many treasures in his possession. Therefore, the formations he created were incomparably powerful. How can a peerless Almighty break it? If 1 is not enough, then 2. 3. I don't believe that I can't break your defensive array. The 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists were filled with killing intent. Sure enough, the 3 elders descended from the sky like gods and demons, and their bodies were emitting a strong aura. The 3 of them used their ultimate skills and attacked the array below. Sure enough, the light screen shook violently. It seemed that it could not take it anymore. But in the end, it resisted. Damn it, he was actually able to resist it. The 3 peerless Almighties were shocked. This is impossible. At this moment, the 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists finally screamed. So what? I don't believe that he can resist all of us. Everyone listen up. Attack together. In the sky, dozens of figures flashed, and a vast sea of energy surged. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon's face changed. Damn it, do you really think that Ben Huang is easy to bully? I'll let you taste some pain first. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws again. For killing arrays descended from the sky, enveloping the 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists. Let's see if you can break my array. Sure enough, the killing arrays were extremely terrifying. They turned into a peerless killing intent and enveloped the 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists. Ah, The 9 heavens, sacred ground martial artists screamed and fought back madly. The elders also roared in anger. Damn it, is this snake an array master? How can he have so many arrays? Under the siege of the 4 killing arrays, the 9 heavens, sacred ground martial artists temporarily gave up on attacking and started to fight back. Seeing this, the 3 martial artists from Immortal Palace heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon sneered. This is Ben Huang's strength. Do you see? If Ben Huang uses all his killing arrays, it'll be easy to kill you. He snorted and ignored the people in front of him. Instead, he stared at the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens, sacred ground. In the next moment, he said coldly, "The 5 of you, get over here. Make dinner for Ben Huang." As he said that, he took out a few demonic beasts from his storage ring. "This one is steamed, this one is barbecued, and this one is braised. Make some food for me. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to torture you." The Crimson Dragon opened his mouth and spat out clouds of chi, which evolved in the air. Tables, chairs, pavilions, and all kinds of exquisite decorations appeared in the cave. Those who didn't know would think that it was a palace. The 3 martial artists from Immortal Palace were dumbfounded. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws. "Stop looking, come and enjoy. I have spiritual fruits, spiritual wine, and spiritual tea. What do you want?" He waved his hand, and the tables were filled with all kinds of food. Chapter 2502. This was great. Ben Huang loved to eat. Following Lin Xian and Whitey, he also loved to eat barbecued meat and spirit fruits. If it was in the past, he would have skinned these demonic beasts alive. The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens, holy ground, had no choice. They wanted to resist, but after a few slaps, they screamed in pain. Therefore, they could only bite the bullet and cook for the other party. Outside, the experts of the 9 heavens holy ground who were fighting against the killing array vomited blood. Ah, damn it. This was too despicable. They were fighting with their lives to fight against the killing array, but the other party was enjoying his dinner so leisurely. All kinds of braising and steaming. This made them mad. They were the hunters, okay. The other party was surrounded by them. But why didn't he look anxious at all? They all regretted coming here. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Those martial artists couldn't find any treasures in a short time, so they came to investigate. When they saw this scene, they exclaimed. More and more people came to watch, and there were about 100 people discussing. What was going on? Were the people of the 9 heavens, holy ground, fighting against the Immortal Palace? Sure enough, the news of the 9 heavens, holy ground being attacked by the main force of the Immortal Palace was true. Otherwise, the 9 heavens, holy ground wouldn't be so crazy. Look at that snake. Aren't they Lin Xian's lackeys? They were trapped by the 9 heavens, holy ground. Trapped? What a joke. They were enjoying life, and the people of the 9 heavens, holy ground were fighting with their lives. Who do you think is trapping who? These people discussed animatedly, and they were shocked. Then, someone in the crowd screamed, F***CK. Which snake are they cooking for? Are they from the 9 heavens, holy ground? What's going on? Aren't they fighting? Why are the people of the 9 heavens, holy ground, cooking for the other party? Inside the array, the 3 martial artists of the Immortal Palace looked around and said loudly, What do you know? These people are the lackeys of our Lord Long. What? Lackeys? Everyone's mouth twitched, and the experts of the 9 heavens, holy ground who were fighting against the killing array vomited blood. Bullshit! Who are your lackeys? Damn it, I'll kill you. Don't give me the chance, or I'll make you regret it. They were furious. They were the elders of the 9 heavens, holy ground, and yet they had become the lackeys of a snake. Moreover, they were being watched by so many people from the Holy Lands. How were they going to survive in the future? The Crimson Dragon didn't care about these things. He took out a small formation and began to contact Lin Xian. Although it was enjoying the show, It knew that the people of the nine firmaments' sacred emperor would still be in danger after breaking the killing array. That was why they had to contact Lin Xian and have him lead Immortal Palace's army over. The Crimson Dragon began to transmit messages to the array formation. The formation flickered, and the message was sent out. Little Xian, hurry up and reply when you see the message. Ben Huang was about to be besieged. The dark sorcerer god sighed as he ate the golden roasted meat. How was he in any danger? Ancient tomb in a stone house. Inside the black earth vessel. Lin Xian was cultivating when a certain array formation inside the black earth vessel suddenly moved. It shone brightly. Seeing this, He too floated over and waved his broken sword to open the array formation. Then the cries of the Crimson Dragon God could be heard. Kid, save me. Ben Huang is trapped. The Nine Heavens Holy Ground is sending an army to kill us. Hurry up and come. Otherwise, you won't be able to see Ben Huang. The Crimson Dragon's cries echoed in the black earth vessel. It sounded very miserable. Those who didn't know would think that they were being hunted down. When He too heard the sound, he shook his sword and floated back to where Lin Xian was. At this moment, Lin Xian was still cultivating with his eyes closed. How could Rizalong be hunted down so easily? He too thought for a moment and didn't interrupt Lin Xian. After all, this breakthrough was very important. If he could successfully break the array formation, Lin Xian's strength and cultivation would rise to another level. Therefore, He too didn't have the heart to interrupt. Moreover, in his opinion, the Crimson Dragon was a wily old fox that had lived for thousands of years. He had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and even had the Dragon Clan's great skills. He wouldn't be killed so easily. Then let him be hunted down for a while. He too waved his sword and stopped in midair. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon began to eat and drink after sending the message. The three Immortal Palace martial artists also ate and drank. The 5 lackeys of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground stood by the side, carefully waiting on him. Not far away, the Nine Heavens Holy Ground experts were fighting against the 4 killing arrays. Among them, one of the killing formations was sent flying, and the remaining 3 killing formations were also dimming. Oh, not bad, not bad. In such a short time, they were able to break one of my killing arrays. These Nine Heavens Holy Ground people are not bad. The Crimson Dragon looked at the battlefield in the distance while eating and nodding slightly. Although he had broken 1 killing array, he wasn't too worried. More and more martial artists gathered in the surrounding passageways. Even the martial artists who were passing by were alarmed by the intense fighting sounds. They thought that someone had found a treasure, so they couldn't wait to rush over. However, after rushing over, they found out that there was no treasure. Instead, there were people fighting to the death. Whoosh! Friends from the Nine Heavens, Holy Ground, do you need our help? More than 10 figures flew over from one of the passageways. Their bodies were surrounded by 5-colored light, forming the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. The people from the 5 Elements Palace were here. The surrounding experts exclaimed. The 5 Elements Saint was among them. That's right, the people from the 5 Elements Palace were here. Moreover, the 5 Elements Saint was leading them. When the 5 Elements Saint saw this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He gnashed his teeth in anger at the dark red divine dragon. Now that there was a good opportunity to kill him, how could they miss it? Thank you very much. The 9 Heavens Holy Ground elders were overjoyed when they saw this. Great. With the help of the 5 Elements Saint and the 5 Elements Palace, they would be able to break the killing array faster and faster. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult to break the other party's defensive array. As expected, with the addition of the 5 Elements Palace's experts, the second killing array was easily broken. I'll help you too. The 10,000 Lightning Saint led 7 or 8 experts from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Ground and appeared from another passageway. Even the 10,000 Lightning Saint was here. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed, but the people from the 9 heavens holy ground were excited. Great! The 10,000 lightning saint is here too. Even the heavens are helping me. They knew that the 5 elements palace and the 10,000 lightning holy ground had a grudge against the other immortal palace, especially the palace master who was suitable for the other side. Now that the 3 sides were working together, how could a small snake resist? When they caught the snake, they would interrogate Lin Xian about his whereabouts and secrets. Chapter 2503. Sure enough, with the 3 holy lands joining forces, the remaining 2 killing arrays shattered. All of a sudden, the 3 forces were like 3 huge mountains, pressing down on the void as they walked towards the Crimson Dragon. F***CK. What's going on? Damn it, the 5 elements Crimson and the myriad Thunder Holy Land are here too. The Crimson Dragon could no longer stay calm. He threw away the golden barbecue in his hand and floated up into the sky. Damn it, this is not good. Master Dragon, what should we do? The 3 martial artists from the Immortal Palace were also worried. Previously, they could still fight against the 9 heavens Holy Land with their array. But now the myriad Thunder Holy Land and the 5 elements palace were here too. They could not fight back at all. Don't panic. Damn it, these guys dare to come out at this time. Just wait, I won't let them go. The Crimson Dragon would remember this grudge. He swore that he would not let them go. However, this was all in the future. The most important thing now was to solve the crisis in front of them. He could not let them join forces to break the array. Otherwise, his defensive array would not be able to withstand it. It seemed that he could only use that thing. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth and decided to use one of his trump cards. With a wave of his dragon claw, another array floated out. However, this array looked very strange. It was like black quicksand surrounding his defensive array. It formed a black circle. The black circle was more than 10 meters wide. It was like a black river flowing continuously, shining with a strange light. What is this? The surrounding martial artists were stunned. The experts from the 3 holy lands sneered. It's useless. No matter what you are, you can't escape death today. Indeed, they were very confident. With the 3 holy lands joining forces, who could fight back? Even the clan of the ancients would not be able to fight back, right? Not to mention a small, crawling snake. Go! The elders of the 9 heavens holy land, the 5 elements Saint Sun, and the Saint Sun Wan lay waved their hands, and the experts from the 3 holy lands stepped forward. This time they sent 9 people. The 9 experts' auras pierced through heaven and earth. Their figures were like demon gods, crushing the void. One could imagine how terrifying these 9 people were. Their figures were like lightning as they flew forward. The energy in their bodies surged like wild beasts, causing people to tremble. Soon, they arrived before the black quicksand. Facing this black quicksand, they didn't care at all. The 9 of them struck out with their attacks, hitting the quicksand. The quicksand spun rapidly. The black sand was very soft, and it absorbed all the attacks. It could be said that these attacks had no effect on quicksand at all. It was like punching cotton. Damn it, what is this thing? The 9 experts frowned, and 3 of them snorted coldly. The king's domain enveloped them, and in the next moment they stepped into the black quicksand. Since he couldn't break through, he would just force his way through. The others were also puzzled. What exactly was the black quicksand? Soon they were screaming. This was because they had finally discovered the use of the black quicksand. The 3 experts entered the black quicksand, and in the next second, they suddenly disappeared. Swish 2 people appeared in the distance of the palace, while the other person disappeared. What was going on? What happened? Why did those experts suddenly withdraw? Everyone around was stunned. The people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, the 5 elements palace, and the 10,000 thunder sacred ground also frowned. What was going on? They hurriedly asked, and the other 2 people flew over from the corner of the palace. I don't know. As soon as we entered, We were teleported away by a force. Teleported away. Could it be a teleportation array? Hearing this, some people turned pale with fright. They looked at the black quicksand and gasped. The black quicksand was actually a teleportation array. Anyone who entered would be teleported. No wonder the dragon was so relaxed and calm. It turned out that he had such a treasure by his side. Yes, if they couldn't break the black quicksand, they wouldn't be able to reach the dragon, let alone break their ray. Ha ha ha! The crimson dragon laughed loudly. Come, 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 sons of the 3 sacred grounds. Hurry up and attack your grandpa dragon. The people from the 3 sacred grounds vomited blood when they heard the clamor. Damn it, this was too damn it. A snake dared to be so arrogant in front of them? He was courting death. Go attack. Since it's an array, we're afraid of being damaged. I don't believe that he can ignore all the attacks. The 5 elements saint's expression was solemn, and the 1,000 thunder saint's face was gloomy. The elders from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, also roared. In an instant, the experts from the 3 sacred grounds attacked again. This time, there were more people, more than 20 of them. They were connected as one, as if they were thousands of mountains. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another. The sky was full of flames, shocking lightning, 5-colored light, and a surging sea. All kinds of energy appeared in the sky, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding martial artists all retreated. However, after a series of attacks, the people from the 3 sacred grounds were dumbfounded. Damn it, this was impossible. They didn't receive any damage at all. What kind of array was this? Could it be that all our attacks were teleported back? How could there be such a terrifying array in the world? The people from the 3 sacred grounds were dumbfounded. The crimson dragon snorted coldly. You want to break my worlds and near-at-hand array so easily? You must be dreaming. This array formation was his latest masterpiece. Previously, when he was in the treasury of the Immortal Palace, he had read a lot of information about ancient arrays and combined it with his own knowledge. Finally, he had created such an array. This array was called the Worlds and Near-at-Hand Array. It had the ability to teleport people randomly. After entering, who knew where they would be teleported to? Even the Crimson Dragon didn't know. Seeing that the black quicksand had really blocked the people from the 3 sacred grounds, the 3 martial artists in the array heaved a sigh of relief. The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, were pale and in despair. The 3 sacred grounds couldn't do anything to this snake. How was this possible? Were they going to be its servants for the rest of their lives? No, they screamed crazily in their hearts. This kind of life was worse than death. However, it was impossible for them to die, because the Crimson Dragon had started to torture the people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, with the 3 martial artists from the Immortal Palace. His purpose was naturally to provoke the experts outside the array. Sure enough, when the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, were stepped on and slapped, the experts outside were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah, damn it. I'll definitely kill you all. Let go of our people. They were about to go crazy. This was a slap in the face. The 5 elements palace and the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were also roaring, but they didn't feel any psychological pressure, because there was no one among the lackeys. But was there really no one? Chapter 2504. The Crimson Dragon looked at the 2 holy lands and sneered. Originally, he didn't plan to attack the 2 of you. However, the 2 of you didn't know what was good for you and dared to jump out and oppose Ben Huang. Then don't blame me. 9 big lackeys, get over here. This voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh. 9 figures flew over from the distant passageway. As soon as these 9 people appeared, they half knelt in the void. Greetings, master. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people went crazy. The faces of the 5 elements palace and the 10,000 thunder sacred land instantly sank. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, as they realized that 7 of the 9 lackeys were actually from the 5 Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Land. The remaining 2 were from the Tai dynasty. 9 lackeys, I order you to slap each other, the harder the better. If I go soft on you, don't blame me for being impolite, the Crimson Dragon ordered. Hearing this, the people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. As for the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land, they roared furiously. They were really mad. Previously, when they saw the people from the 9 heavens holy ground being slapped in the face, they did not feel anything. But who would have thought that it would be their turn so soon? Not only were the 9 lackeys in the hands of the Crimson Dragon, but their souls had also been implanted with slave imprints. Therefore, at this moment, although they were instinctively unwilling, once the Crimson Dragon activated this kind of mark, they simply could not control themselves and began to interact with each other. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Those people's faces were shattered in an instant, but they were all experts and could recover instantly. Thus, in an instant, countless slaps were heard. The Crimson Dragon raised his wineglass and said to the people in all directions, "Come, come, come. Today, Ben Huang invites everyone to watch a show. It's free. You don't have to be afraid. Just enjoy it." Heavens, what happened? What was wrong with these people from the Holy Lands? Was he caught in an illusion? This crawling snake was too heaven-defying. Using the people of the Holy Land as lackeys? He even slapped him in the face in public. This was the same as taking the lives of those holy lands. That's right, if they couldn't kill this snake, they would really lose all their face. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. F***CK. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I still wouldn't believe it. The other warriors in the passageway were stunned. The people of the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land were furious. The 2 saints, in particular, were brimming with killing intent. "Attack! Capture them for me!" Hearing this, the 2 elders of the 5 Elements Palace took action. They stretched out their hands, and countless rays of light flashed in their palms, instantly enveloping those people. The people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land were the same. They had to capture him. Otherwise, they would be utterly humiliated. The dark, red, divine dragon sneered at the sight of this. "You want to take him back? Do you think that's possible? Attack him! Kill them all!" He formed another seal, and the seals in those people's minds trembled. "Roar! Kill!" Those people roared out angrily, their eyes completely red. They didn't recognize anyone, directly attacking the large hand in the sky. In an instant, he had destroyed their attacks. Furthermore, they were charging toward the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land. Humph! The 5 Elements Saint snorted, and a cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Buzz! He rushed out of the 5 Elements Mountain and blasted it forward. With a loud boom, the 3 figures in front of him were instantly blasted into a bloody mist. Nothing was left. They were directly killed. The surrounding people exclaimed, and the people of the 5 Elements Palace were stunned. They didn't expect their saint to be so decisive and ruthless. They had killed all of their own people. They were already under his control, and they were no longer his own people. The 5 Elements Saint's cold voice rang out, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, the 10,000 Thunder Saint also attacked. An ice thunder divine spear pierced through the air, nailing the people who came in. In an instant, the 9 lackeys were mercilessly killed by the 2 saints. Blood rained down from the sky. When the people of the Immortal Palace saw this, they were extremely shocked. The Crimson Dragon also frowned. He sneered. How shameless! They even killed their own people. To be honest, he didn't expect the 2 saints to be so ruthless. When the people of the 9 heavens holy ground saw this, a hint of madness appeared in their eyes. Among them, a few elders discussed and decided to attack. Those people probably wouldn't be able to survive. Otherwise, They might be able to use them to blast open the array. A few elders nodded. In the next moment, they suddenly formed seals, and a strange aura exuded from their bodies. Not good. The Crimson Dragon's face changed. F***CK. You guys are too shameless. He roared and completely distanced himself from the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens, holy ground. At the same time, his body expanded and turned into a giant dragon, enveloping the 3 martial artists of the immortal palace. Boom! 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 The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens, holy ground suddenly exploded, and a violent energy swept out. Everything was annihilated. The light shone brightly and the energy surged. What happened? The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens, holy ground, to suddenly explode. What was going on? Could it be that the people of the 9 heavens, holy ground, had attacked? They looked at the sky. Sure enough, the elders of the 9 heavens, holy ground, looked extremely cold. There was still a fierce aura left on them. It was indeed them who had attacked. It seemed that the 9 heavens, holy ground, was also ruthless. The people of the 5 elements palace and the 1,000 thunder holy ground were overjoyed. This is great. This energy will definitely be able to tear open the array. It might even be able to kill the snake. Everyone's gaze shifted to the front. There were indeed countless cracks on the defensive array in front of them. Some parts were even directly broken, and a few black holes appeared. This is great. The array is broken. I wonder how the snake is doing? They looked over. However, at this moment, a scream came from within the light. F***CK. It hurts. Who the F***CK did it? Don't let Ben Huang catch you, or I'll kill you. The scream made everyone's scalp tingle. What? That guy is not dead. However, judging by the scream, even if he is not dead, he is half dead. The people of the 9 heavens, holy ground, sneered. Great. As long as they can injure the other party, it will be much easier to capture him. However, when the light that filled the sky disappeared, they were dumbfounded. What happened? Impossible. The other party is not injured at all. How is this possible? They were all crazy, because they found that the other party's body was black, as if he was struck by lightning. However, there were no cracks on the other party's body, and there was no blood flowing. The other party was not injured. Damn it! What kind of physique is this? Even the holy son of the Demon King Palace did not have such a physique, right? They were all crazy. They didn't expect a snake's physique to be so strong. Chapter 2505. The people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, went crazy. They did not expect a snake's body to be so strong. The Crimson Dragon grimaced in pain. Although it didn't split open, the pain was very obvious. He stared at the 9 heavens, sacred ground. Damn it, I will roast you all later. Humph. You don't even have an array, and you still dare to be arrogant? The 5 elements saint sneered. Kill. Countless people charged forward. However, although the defensive array was broken, the world's end near-at-hand array was still intact. This made everyone frown again. Don't worry, we also have an array master on the way. The people from the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder, sacred ground, spoke. Hearing this, the people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground's eyes lit up. They already had an array master in their team. However, it would take a lot of time to break the array. But now, the other 2 sacred grounds had also sent array masters. With the 3 of them working together, they did not believe that they could not break it. Moreover, this array was too coveted. If they could master it, it would definitely be a heaven-defying defensive method. Sure enough, after waiting for half a day, a figure appeared in the passage. The array masters from the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder sacred ground had arrived. For white-haired old men walked over shakily. They looked at the black quicksand in the sky, and their eyes lit up. On the 9 heavens, sacred ground side, an array master also walked out. The 5 array masters came forward together, ready to break it. Heavens, this is a teleportation. How did this snake do it? It's too exquisite. It's definitely not made by him. I think he must have gotten a treasure in this ancient tomb. The 5-array Grandmaster said. They did not think that the black quicksand was made by the snake. Moreover, it did not matter whether it was made or not. They would work together to break it. With the 5-array masters working together, they were indeed very powerful. The Crimson Dragon and the 3 members of the Immortal Palace were in danger again. One could imagine that once the world's end near at hand array was broken, what awaited them would be the merciless slaughter of the 3 sacred grounds. Xiao, Xuanzi, where the hell are you? Come quickly. The Crimson Dragon took out the array disc again and sent a message. Black Earth. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a vast aura erupted from his body, like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. Violent energy blasted out in all directions. Fortunately, he was now in the cultivation room of the Black Earth, so he didn't cause any impact to the interior of the ship. Middle stage 7-star. Lin Xian stood up and clenched his fists. His eyes shone with a sharp light. He was too excited. You've broken through. The black soil floated in. Lin Xian grinned and asked, How many days has it been? 7 days. 7 days. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement. In just 7 days, he had advanced from early 7-star to middle 7-star. No one would believe him if he told others about it. One had to know that under normal circumstances, it would take 100 to 200 years for a king realm cultivator to break through from primary to intermediate king realm. As for him, he only needed 7 days, and it was done. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, all of this was due to the ancient medicinal pill. What surprised him even more was that not only did he break through, but the great dragon sword soul had also awakened further. Now his combat power was equivalent to a mid-8-star peerless almighty. If the great dragon sword soul went all out and displayed its maximum combat power, he could compete with a late 8-star peerless almighty. This didn't include his trump cards like the Black Earth and the Saint's Handbone. If he used those trump cards, he could even kill a late 8-star almighty. This filled Lin Xian with confidence. According to his estimation, he had only explored half of the saint's ancient tomb. There should be more heaven-defying treasures in the latter half. By the way, there shouldn't be anything happening these few days, right? Lin Xian asked. Rouxalong sent 2 distress signals, but I saw that you were cultivating, so I didn't interrupt you. Distress signals? Lin Xian frowned. What's going on? Listen to it. Hey, 2 took the disc array over, and Lin Xian listened to it. It was indeed sent by Rouxalong. He frowned. He knew the strength of the Crimson Dragon. It was at the level of a saint. Even the other saints wouldn't be able to do anything to it. But now, it actually sent a distress signal. This meant that it was definitely in danger. When he heard the second message, he understood what was going on. The Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground were really courting death. Hey, 2, use the array to lock onto Rouxalong's position and fly over. No problem, leave it to me. Hey, 2 began to control it. Soon, the Black Earth flew over like a stream of light. On the other side, in the main hall, the world's end near at hand array had become dim. Under the joint efforts of the 5 top array masters, it was gradually being suppressed. F***CK. It's been 5 or 6 days. Why isn't Lin Xian here yet? Could there have been an accident? The Crimson Dragon looked at the surrounding scene with a gloomy face. Because Lin Xian wasn't here, he was in trouble. He estimated that his world's end near at hand array could only last for 2 or 3 days. After 2 or 3 days, it might be broken by the other party. When the army came, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. Even if he could escape, he would be seriously injured. This wasn't what he wanted. Another day passed. The 5 array masters were excited because they felt that one day they would be able to break it. The people of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, Five Elements Palace and Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground were also excited. Their eyes shone with a sharp light. Crawling snake, prepare to die. The people of Five Elements Palace sneered. The people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground gritted their teeth. However, at this moment, 7 or 8 rays of light came from afar. These 7 or 8 rays of light were very fast. There was a floating, immortal palace above them, shining down thousands of rays of light. The people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground were here. Could those immortal palaces be the saint of the Nine Heavens? Sure enough, this scene made the experts of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground all turn their heads. Buzz! Their eyes shone with a piercing light as they went up to greet them. How is it? Have you found the saint? They asked anxiously. However, the 7 or 8 people who came had ugly expressions. Some of the elders even wailed. Ah, we are guilty. The saint has been killed. What? The saint has been killed? How is this possible? Didn't they say that the immortal palace took him away after he was struck? This news was like a bolt from the blue, and it stunned the experts of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. The Five Elements Palace, Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground, and the surrounding experts were all stunned, especially the Five Elements Saint and Thousand Thunder Saint. Their expressions were ugly. They were holy sons themselves, so they knew how difficult it was to kill a holy son. But now, the saint of the Nine Heavens had been killed. What was going on? Was the saint of the Nine Heavens really killed? By who? Could it be Lin Xian? In the distance, the 5 masters also stopped what they were doing and frowned. The Crimson Dragon laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Who asked you to be so arrogant and find trouble with Ben Huang? How is it? The saint has been struck by someone. He was too happy. He was annoyed that he had been trapped here for the past few days. Now that he heard the news, it was as if he had eaten an iced watermelon on a hot summer day. The eyelids of the 3 immortal palaces' martial artists twitched wildly. Could it be that the temple master had made a move? They had also heard that their temple master had struck the other party with a sword. Chapter 2506. Damn it! Is it Lin Xian? The elders of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground roared crazily. Their eyes were red, and their bodies were filled with killing intent as if they had turned into demons. This news was too much for them to accept. Impossible! This is impossible! Among them, an elder in a white robe roared. Ah, damn it! Another elder went crazy. No, I believe. A few elders cried, and their tears turned into blood rain, falling in the air. Not good. Retreat. The faces of the surrounding martial artists all changed. That was because they felt a shocking killing intent coming from the front. Puff! Puff! Those who were slow in running were directly blasted away. Many of them were pierced by the killing intent. Defend! Even the people of the 5 Elements Palace and the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground on the side were holding up their domains and armors as they retreated. They realized that the people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground had really gone crazy. Kill! 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 Those experts killing intent pierced through the sky. With the immortal palace, how could he be killed? An elder questioned. This immortal palace was a supreme treasure. However, the 7 or 8 experts who rushed over gritted their teeth. We don't know. When they arrived, only the immortal palace was left. The Nine Heavens Saint's storage ring was gone, and all the treasures on his body had been plundered. His body was split in half, and his soul was completely destroyed. He couldn't live at all. As for the murderer, we don't know. These elders' faces were also incomparably ugly. If this news were to spread back to the sacred ground, it would definitely be a huge shock. One had to know that the sacred ground had spent a lot to cultivate a saint, but now he had fallen in this ancient tomb. This was definitely a huge earthquake. Find the murderer. We must find the murderer. Cut him into pieces. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the sacred ground. These elders had really gone crazy. Among them, many turned their heads and stared at the crimson dragon. It's them. It must be the people of the immortal palace. Kill this snake. Kill that Lin Xian. Kill everyone from the immortal palace. Avenge our saint. F*CK. What nonsense are you spouting? The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Which F*King I did you see us do it? Killing the Holy Sun was also a big deal, and the Crimson Dragon was unwilling to admit it. It's you. No matter what, Lin Xian must die. If it were not for him, the Holy Sun would not have been injured, and no one would have dared to attack the Holy Sun. Therefore, the main culprit was still Lin Xian. Kill! These people roared crazily and attacked like crazy. However, due to the presence of the World's End near-at-hand formation, those attacks were all teleported away. However, these people had gone crazy. Dozens of Nine Heavens, holy ground, cultivators attacked without any regard for their lives. There were even people who directly entered the World's End near-at-hand array. At this moment, 2 attacks were sent towards the Crimson Dragon. One of them was even sent in. Ha ha ha! This is great! This was a random teleportation. As long as we try a few more times, we will definitely be able to enter. That elder roared madly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Damn snake, go to hell! They had gone crazy. They could not accept the fact that their holy son had been killed. Therefore, they vented all their anger and killing intent on the Crimson Dragon. This scene stunned all the surrounding martialists. Even the Crimson Dragon did not expect that the other party could be teleported to him randomly. The probability was too small. The person who was teleported was an elder. He was a peerless almighty. At this moment, his body was filled with killing intent that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That piercing aura seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Feeling this killing intent, the surrounding cultivators felt their scalps go numb. Sure enough, these people from the 9 heavens, holy ground, were going crazy. How could an ordinary peerless almighty release such a terrifying killing intent? Boundless light surged, and a violent energy was about to swallow the Crimson Dragon and the 3 immortal palace cultivators. The 3 immortal palace cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They thought that they were young geniuses, but under such a terrifying killing intent, they did not have any strength to fight back. They felt the void around them freeze, and the energy in their bodies was also frozen. They could not resist at all. Roar! The Crimson Dragon roared, and the dragon's roar turned into a sound wave that surged forward to fight back. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked. At the same time, he swung his dragon tail, and a red river slashed out like a heavenly blade. Bang! Bang! Earth-shattering sounds were heard, and the 2 forces of energy dissipated in the sky at the same time. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The people from the 9 heavens, holy ground, were stunned, and so were the people from the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder, holy ground. The elder of the 9 heavens, holy ground, had gone crazy and launched a shocking attack, but he still could not do anything to the other party. One had to admit that the other party was too strong. Its strength was probably not comparable to these saints and elders. Damn it, what kind of species is this? A variant of the heavens and earth? The myriad thunder saint's face was gloomy, and the 5 elements saint's eyes were like divine lamps. It seemed like it was indeed a variant of the heavens and earth. Thinking about it, it must have some kind of powerful flood dragon bloodline. Otherwise, his physique would not be so strong. So what if he has the flood dragon bloodline? Today he has provoked us, so he must die. Ah, go to hell. Just as the 2 saints were talking, the elder of the 9 heavens, holy ground, and the Crimson Dragon were still exchanging close to 100 blows, and the surrounding area was shattered. There was not a single spot in the entire hall that was intact. Damn it! Did they really think that Ben Huang was a pushover? The Crimson Dragon was also angry. It waved its dragon claws and formed 2 arrays, which overlapped and protected the three martial artists from the immortal palace. At the same time, its body swayed, and it turned into a giant dragon, roaring and attacking. The Dragon Clan's grand super skill was activated, and countless red lights in the sky were like red swords, resisting the attack. After another 300 blows, the Elder of the Nine Heavens' holy ground screamed as half of his body was smashed by the Crimson Dragon's claw. Blood, mist filled the air, and the Elder of the Nine Heavens' holy ground screamed. He entered the black quicksand and was sent out. He did not appear in the main hall, and no one knew where he was. But soon a roar came from afar. The Elder with half of his body came out from a passage, and the half of his body had already recovered. His face was incomparably pale. "Damn it!" the Elder roared crazily. He did not expect that with his strength and the Nine Heavens' holy ground's grand super skill, he would not be able to defeat the other party. In the distance, the people of the Five Elements Palace and the myriad Thunder Saints' eyes lit up. They had finally found a way to kill the other party. "Hurry! Everyone get into the black quicksand." Although it was a random teleportation, there was still a certain probability of being teleported to the other party's side. As long as they were near the other party, they would immediately kill them. They would use all their trump cards. Chapter 2507. He had to use all of his trump cards. The Five Elements Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint gave the order. The Elder of the Nine Heavens' sacred ground roared, and everyone from the Nine Heavens' sacred ground rushed over. On the other side, the people of the Five Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder's sacred ground also rushed over. They were continuously transported by the black quicksand. However, after many attempts, 3 of the Almighties finally arrived near the dark red divine dragon. Not good. "Lord Dragon, be careful." In the array behind, the 3 martial artists from the Immortal Palace were scared out of their wits when they saw the scene. If the 3 of them worked together, they would probably be able to kill even the saint. Therefore, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon was in absolute danger. Sure enough, the Crimson Dragon was pushed back as soon as they exchanged blows. F***CK. Ben Huang is in so much pain. The Crimson Dragon rolled in the sky and bared his teeth. His eyes were glowing red, and his body was emitting a murderous aura. With a swing of his tail, the 3 martial artists from the Immortal Palace were sent into the black quicksand. At the same time, he said, "Hurry up and leave. Teleport out. Don't stay here." The 3 martial artists from the Immortal Palace entered the black quicksand and were completely teleported out, disappearing from the main hall. Seeing this scene, the martial artists from the 3 holy lands roared, "Damn it! Don't let me be teleported too." They shot out layers of light, and the 3 king domains floated in the air, completely sealing the space where the Crimson Dragon was. "Damn it! Do you really think that Ben Huang can't do anything to you?" Seeing the 3 of them glaring at him, the Crimson Dragon was also angry. He was from the dragon race, and when had he been beaten up like this? In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. The dragon blood turned into a sharp sword and flew out instantly. Poof! An Elder of the 5 Elements Palace screamed. His body was pierced, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. His internal organs were all shattered. However, this Elder was still a peerless expert. Although the injury was serious, it wasn't fatal. Whoosh! The Elder of the 5 Elements Palace retreated. The power of the 5 Elements Palace rolled in his body, and his internal organs were instantly regenerated. However, his face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Damn it! Be careful! This guy was too strange." The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. A mouthful of blood was enough to severely injure a peerless Almighty. Heavens, what kind of blood is this? Is it divine blood? The other 2 Almighties wore solemn expressions. They shot out countless beams of light. Among them, the Almighty from the 9 heavens, holy ground, shot out a pagoda with 9 floors. The Crimson Dragon floated in the sky and shrouded it in radiance. The old man from the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land was wearing a thunder battle robe. Terrifying thunder and lightning covered the entire sky. The elder of the 5 Elements Palace took out a large amount of elixirs and swallowed them. His pale complexion also became rosy. Boom, 5-colored cauldron rushed out of his body and floated in front of him. Then he attacked again. The 3 experts besieged the Crimson Dragon again. For a moment, the Crimson Dragon was in danger. Even though he was from the Dragon Clan, even though he was an old monster, he was still forced to retreat. However, this was already shocking, because an ordinary peerless almighty would probably be killed very quickly if he was surrounded by 3 experts of the same level. However, the Crimson Dragon had persisted for so long without being killed. It had to be said that it was indeed shocking. However, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before he was killed, unless reinforcements arrived. However, would the people from the Immortal Palace really come? It had been so many days, but they had not come. Perhaps they did not even know what had happened here. Damn snake, go to hell! The elder of the 9 heavens, Holy Land, roared. The 9-story pagoda above his head turned into a towering mountain and pressed down. On the other side, the elder of the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land formed streaks of tribulation, lightning, and struck down. The powerhouse of the 5 Elements Palace activated the 5-colored cauldron and directly smashed through the void. He wanted to suck the Crimson Dragon into the cauldron. The Crimson Dragon could not dodge the 3 peerless attacks at all. He roared and sent the 5-colored cauldron flying. At the same time, he relied on his strong body to resist the lightning that filled the sky. However, he could not resist the last 9 stories of the pagoda. It was about to envelop him. Go to hell, snake! Seeing this, the elder of the 9 heavens, Holy Land, turned serious. The surrounding powerhouses of the 9 heavens, Holy Land, laughed wildly. There was a crimson light in their eyes, and they looked like demons. At this moment, a sword light appeared and directly struck the 9-story pagoda. With a clang, the 9-story pagoda was sent flying. What? It was blocked! The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. Old Zhang of the 9 heavens, Holy Land, even took a few steps back. He stopped and shouted coldly, "Who is it? How dare you interfere in my business? Get over here and die." He was really crazy. How dare someone interfere in the current situation? Who is so reckless? Humph. I think you should be the one getting over here and die. A cold voice sounded. The void split open, and a young figure descended. What damn brat! It's you! Seeing this, the elder of the 9 heavens, Holy Land, was stunned. 5 Elements Palace, Myriad Thunder Holy Land, and the surrounding martial artists all looked over. In the next moment, they were all stunned. Lin Xian! It's you! Ha 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 ha! Brat, I wanted to kill you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. The elder of 5 Elements Palace laughed loudly. The people of Myriad Thunder, Holy Land, snorted coldly. Seems like you don't want to take the road to heaven. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. Brat, I'll tear you to pieces. The people of the 9 heavens, Holy Land, were even more murderous. The 4 powerhouses in the sky descended from the sky and surrounded Lin Xian. To be honest, they were too excited. They did not expect the murderer of their holy son to be here. Below, the Crimson Dragon saw Lin Xian and heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly took out some treasures and swallowed them. At the same time, his body swayed and he appeared in the sky. Brat, be careful. These guys from the 9 heavens, Holy Land, are crazy. Their holy son was killed by someone and now they suspect you? Killed. Yes, I did kill him with my sword. Lin Xian admitted directly. Hearing this, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The Crimson Dragon explained. No, after you killed him, someone else killed him. This time his body and soul were destroyed. Someone else killed him? Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect so many things to happen while he was cultivating in seclusion. The Nine Heavens' holy son was killed. A holy son was killed just like that. This was indeed a big deal. No wonder the people of the Nine Heavens' holy land were so crazy. However, what did this have to do with him? Humph, this Nine Heavens' holy son is really unlucky. Lin Xian sneered. Hearing this, the people of the Nine Heavens' holy land were so angry that they vomited blood. Chapter 25:08. Ah! The elders screamed. Damn brat, don't try to deny it. You killed our holy son. Today we must kill you. We will use your blood to pay tribute to our holy son. We must catch you, pull out your tendons and skin you alive, and send you to the 18 levels of hell. You will not be able to escape. Kill him. Avenge our holy son. The martial artists of the Nine Heavens' sacred ground roared. The people of the Five Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder sacred ground also gathered around. Brat, looks like you are going to die today. I don't know what kind of grudge you have with the Nine Heavens' holy son for you to kill him like this. The Five Elements Saint said coldly. The Myriad Thunder Saint sneered. Yeah, can't we talk it out? Why must you kill him? The two of them were very sinister. Although they did not know who did it, they had already identified Lin Xian as the murderer. This way, they could kill this person together with the Nine Heavens' sacred ground. F***CK. You two are so shameless. Which eye of yours saw us do it? The Crimson Dragon cursed. These two holy sons are too sinister. He wished he could cook them and eat them. Lin Xian's face also darkened. He stared coldly at the Five Elements Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint. Let me say it again. I did not kill the Nine Heavens' holy son, but the two of you might be killed by me on the spot. Lin Xian indeed wanted to kill the Five Elements Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint. These two had gone against him time and time again. Did they really think he would not kill them? Don't try to deny it. You killed him. Admit your guilt. The Myriad Thunder Saint and the Five Elements Saint sneered. Brat, go to hell. The elders of the Nine Heavens' sacred ground roared. Dozens of them attacked together. The sky was filled with light and exploded in front of them. There were so many experts. No one among the Almighties could stand up to them, let alone the holy sons. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. His body flashed as he used demigods and semi-devils to dodge in the sky. After the breakthrough, his speed had increased tremendously compared to before, coupled with the heaven-defying speed of the demigods and semi-devils. He was able to move faster than before. For a moment, his figure was erratic and his speed was beyond the imagination of these people. What incredible speed! The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. They discovered that such a violent power actually didn't hit the other party and allowed him to escape. Five Elements Seal. Thunder Purgatory. The Five Elements Saint Sun and the Myriad Thunder Saint Sun used two sealing mystic abilities to completely seal the entire hull. They would never allow him to escape. So what if he did? I don't believe that you can hide forever. The two holy princes sneered. The people of the Nine Heavens' holy ground roared in anger. Their gazes were like heavenly blades that pierced through all directions. Over there. Soon, they locked onto Lin Xian again. Brat, you have to pay with your life for killing my holy son. This time, I will definitely not let you leave alive. Lin Xian was infuriated. He sneered. You said I killed him? Good. Then I'll take it that I killed him. So what if I killed him? Speaking of this, an extremely violent aura erupted from his body. It was like a storm that swept in all directions. As soon as this aura appeared, the surrounding people trembled and a look of horror appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying aura! How could this brat be so strong? The Five Elements Saint Sun and the Myriad Thunder Saint Sun were even more shocked. Impossible! How could his aura be so strong again? The two of them were really crazy because they realized that the other party's aura was on par with theirs before. But now, the other party's aura had surpassed theirs. How could this be? Damn it! Where did this brat go when he disappeared? Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Exclamations rang out one after another. The Crimson Dragon also exclaimed, "Brat, you broke through?" Lin Xian nodded. He pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and pointed it forward. "You won't let me go? You killed my immortal palace's disciples and trapped my companions. Now you want to kill me? Do you think I will let you go? Come on, who wants to die first?" His cold voice was accompanied by countless rays of sword light. At this moment, he was like a sword god that everyone looked up to. Humph! So what if you've become stronger? We have so many people. It's easy to kill you, the 5 elements Saint Sun said coldly. The myriad thunder Saint Sun also gritted his teeth. Damn it, the other party had broken through in such a short time. It really made them jealous. Kill! The martial artists of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, were even crazier. Indeed, so what if he had become stronger? They had so many people. Why would they be afraid of him? Swoosh! Swoosh! Several elders of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, charged forward. Boom! A big bright palm covered the sky like countless clouds. It carried a supreme divine power and slammed down from the sky. As soon as this power came out, the surrounding people's scalps went numb. It was too violent. The 4 elders were enough to destroy everything. Probably no one present could contend against them. Buzz! Looking at this terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes emitted 2 rays of sharp light. The sword qi on his body shone brighter and brighter, constantly rising. Swoosh! His body was like a flickering shadow, quickly dodging the sharp palm. At the same time, he appeared in another space. Whoosh! The ancient Dragon Abyss sword was swung, as if a giant dragon was roaring. Boom! This sword light enveloped one of the elders. A scream was heard and blood spurted out. The elder who was enveloped by the sword light was cut in half. However, he did not die immediately. His miserable scream reverberated, and his internal organs and blood stained the void red. What? Cut in half with a sword. Another sword strike. The surrounding people were stunned. That elder was a peerless almighty. He was extremely powerful. However, he was cut in half by the other party's sword. The eyes of the martial artists of the 5 Elements Palace and the myriad thunder sacred ground twitched wildly. The people of the 9 heavens sacred ground screamed. This was impossible. How could he be so powerful? That was not the other party's trump card. That was just a casual sword light that split one of their elders in half. No, they could not believe it. In the battlefield, the other 3 elders of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, were also facing a formidable enemy, and they quickly retreated. They came to the side of the elder who was cut in half, wanting to save him first. Buzz! A golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The next moment, the elder who was cut in half screamed again. His body, which was originally healed, kept rolling in the sky. His aged face was contorted in a twisted manner. Not good, a soul attack. The expressions of the remaining 3 elders changed. Such a strange method. Perhaps only a soul attack could do it. Damn it! Save him! They struck out with unparalleled magical power and poured it into the old man's body, wanting to save him. However, the elder's neck tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Dead. A peerless almighty was killed just like that. Everyone was stunned. What kind of method was this? This was too heaven-defying. What kind of strength had the other party reached? Chapter 2509. Damn it! How is this kid so strong? This scene made the faces of the 5 Element Saint and the myriad Thunder Saint turn dark. Their hearts raced. The one who was killed was an 8-star saint. Even they would have to put in a lot of effort to kill him. However, his opponent had effortlessly killed him with 2 moves. Such means were shocking. Damn it. Xiao Xuanzi, you're amazing. Behind them, the dark red divine dragon cried out in surprise when it saw this scene. But soon he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Awesome. This is awesome. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Damn it. Kill them all. A strange voice sounded in the sky. Everyone was silent, completely stunned. The people of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, were even more shocked. Soon they reacted. Damn it. This kid is too strong. Attack together. Don't give him a chance. Attack together? Do you think you can keep up with my speed? Lin Xian's body kept changing positions in the sky. Every time he appeared, these people would exclaim. He was too fast. Their souls could not keep up. How could they fight him? If the other party kept moving at high speed, they would not even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. At this moment, the people of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, were extremely sullen. They had thought that they could avenge their saint today, but they did not expect the situation to turn out like this. The people of the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunders sacred ground were also solemn. However, they did not retreat, because they felt that the other party was too terrifying. They had to kill him today. Otherwise, if the other party continued to grow, he would become a great enemy of the 3 sacred grounds. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. If you have any trump cards, use them all. The 5 elements, Saint said, coldly. The aura on his body also burst out quickly. A 5 elements mountain appeared above his head. Today he would die without a doubt. The myriad thunder saint took a step forward, forming a purple sea of lightning around his body. Use the heavenly palace. The few elders of the 9 heavens, holy ground, retreated one after another. They gathered together and struck out a series of hand seals. Whoosh! The heavenly palace that originally belonged to the 9 heavens saint floated in the sky, emitting thousands of rays of light. It was as if the palace had really fallen from the celestial realm. A shocking force burst out from his body. Everyone watching felt their scalps go numb. What the hell is this? Wasn't this the 9 firmament saint sun's divine ability? No, the 9 firmament saint sun was already dead, but the immortal palace was still here. This was not the 9 firmaments saint sun's divine ability. This must be one of the treasures of the 9 heavens, holy ground. Precious treasure? Are you saying that the 9th firmament saint possessed an extremely terrifying weapon and was killed by someone? Heavens, who was it that did it? No wonder the people from the 9 heavens, holy ground, didn't believe him. The surrounding people exclaimed and discussed animatedly. There were all sorts of speculations in their hearts. The people of the 9 heavens, holy ground, were indeed aggrieved. The immortal palace in their hands was a precious treasure of the Holy Land. It could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Even if the saint of the 9 firmaments encountered an extremely terrifying enemy, no one below the level of an invincible king would be able to break out of the immortal palace. However, why had their holy son been killed? They simply couldn't understand. In the sky, immortal light blossomed with incomparable radiance as the mysterious door slowly opened. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed, and they kept retreating. It was too terrifying. This aura could kill everyone. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He never dared to be careless when facing the immortal palace. His body swayed, and the dragon's sword realm appeared beside him, wrapping him up and turning into the shadow of an azure dragon. However, at this time, the 5 elements red and the 1,000 thunder holy lands trump cards were also displayed. His sword light that filled the sky dimmed. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Competing with trump cards? Do you think you're the only ones with trump cards? Buzz. Boom. A golden light appeared in the sky, and a white bone floated in the air. An extremely violent aura swept out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The immortal palace trembled, and the 5 elements mountain shook. The lightning in the sky dimmed. The entire sky couldn't bear it at all, and countless cracks appeared. The surrounding martial artists spat out blood and were sent flying. Damn it! What is this thing? They were going crazy. A small bone in the sky could emit such an aura. Did it have to be so terrifying? A saint. This is a saint's item. Damn it, he actually has such an item. The elders of the 5 Elements Palace screamed, and the people of the 1,000 Thunder Holy Land felt their scalps go numb. The people of the 9 Heavens Holy Land were even more shocked. How could they resist a saint's item? Everyone, don't panic. He's just a small almighty. How could he fully unleash the power of a saint? If he unleashed it, he would probably be destroyed in both body and soul. Therefore, although the saint's bone was powerful, it wasn't impossible to resist. The 5 elements, Saint said coldly. Hearing this, everyone quieted down. Indeed, so what if it was a saint's item? If it couldn't unleash its full power, it would still be useless. Although they didn't have a saint's item, they could still unleash the full power of their trump cards. In this way, it wasn't impossible to resist the saint's bone. As expected, the 3 Holy Lands trump cards in the sky blocked the saint's aura. Seeing this, the people of the 3 Holy Lands heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sneered. This scene was completely within his plan. What he wanted to do was to block these people's trump cards. As for killing these people, he would do it himself. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he charged over like a flickering shadow. The dragon's sword realm above his head covered the entire sky. Thousands of sword chi flew out like a rain of swords, enveloping everyone in front of him, courting death. These people were enraged. Lin Xian dared to challenge the elites of the 3 Holy Lands alone. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. They fought back crazily. Behind them, the Crimson Dragon also charged forward. He opened his mouth and spat out 7 to 8 killing arrays. At the same time, he swung his tail and rushed into the crowd to kill. Whoosh! A dragon flame spewed out and many people screamed. The Crimson Dragon was like an old monster sweeping across the sky. He had been too aggrieved before. Now that he had seized this opportunity, how could he not fight back? In an instant, a great battle broke out in the sky. Whoosh! Lin Xian appeared near the 9 Heavens Holy Land in an instant. He slashed out with the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand. Pung pung pung. Clang. The sound of an intense collision rang out. Those 9 Heavens Holy Land martial artists fought back. In the end, their weapons were instantly cut into pieces. Damn it. Not good. Heaven-class treasure. These people's scalps went numb as they frantically retreated. So what if it's a heaven-class treasure? I have one too. An elder roared. He held a long spear in his hand and charged forward. With a clang, the spear collided with the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and a bright light burst out. Heaven and earth shook and many people were sent flying. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a heaven-class treasure. The elder held a long spear in his hand, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Chapter 2510. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a heaven-grade artifact. The old man held a long spear in his hand, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Let's see if your heaven-grade spear or my sword is more powerful. Lin Xian instantly unlocked the 3 seals on the ancient sword. An incomparably violent sword chi slashed out. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The elder's arm went numb, and his long spear was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Both of his arms were completely shattered, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it! How could his strength be so strong? The light on the elder's body soared into the sky, and he frantically retreated with his heaven-grade spear. Want to leave? Not so easy. Didn't you want to kill me? Come, I'll give you a chance. Lin Xian turned into a sword light and chased after him. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the injured elder's scalp went numb. The others from the 9 Heavens, Holy Ground, charged over. Not only that, the people from the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder, Holy Ground, also charged over. Countless attacks shattered the area in front of him. However, Lin Xian's speed was beyond their expectations. In an instant, he dodged these attacks. The remaining energy shock waves were all destroyed by the sword qi on his body. Moreover, these people were attacking Lin Xian while resisting the thousands of sword lights in the sky. It could be said that they were in a mess. Lin Xian easily dodged the attacks and once again came in front of the injured elder. "Old bastard, do you think you can kill me just because you have more people?" Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a biting, cold, killing intent. Since the people from the 3 holy lands wanted to kill him, then he would not be lenient. He wanted to see who would be the one to kill who today. Courting death. The elder was so angry that he vomited blood. "You're just a little kid. What qualifications do you have to say such words to me?" "Is that so? I'm a little kid? You're an elder? So what? Today I'll kill you, an elder." Sword qi erupted from Lin Xian's body. Everyone's expression changed, and even a few experts who rushed over were directly sent flying. A series of dragon roars and sword cries rang out, piercing through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire hall had turned into a world of sword Dao. Everyone was trembling. Even the 5 Element Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint were shocked. The 2 of them looked at each other and quickly charged over. They wouldn't give the other party a chance to make a move. However, Lin Xian was even faster. Pung! The sword slashed down and landed on the heaven-tier treasured spear. The huge force caused the elder to be sent flying again. There were even more places on his body that had collapsed. Other than his head, which was still intact, the rest of his body was torn apart. The old man was scared out of his wits. Light blossomed from his head, and a mysterious rune flickered between his eyebrows. He was protecting his soul because he knew that Lin Xian had a terrifying soul attack. He didn't want his soul to be destroyed in an instant. If that happened, he would really be dead for sure. Shua! Lin Xian disappeared and dodged the attacks of the Myriad Thunder Saint Sun and the 5 Elements Saint Sun. In the next moment, he arrived before the old man once more. At this moment, the old man's body was glowing and he had recovered. His face was extremely ugly. At this moment, he had swallowed countless treasures and even swallowed 2 elixirs that could increase his combat strength. Buzz! He held the long spear, and a bloody light burst out from his eyes. "Damn brat, go to hell!" The long spear danced, and a terrifying and violent power accompanied by a murderous aura pierced out. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, forming a green dragon that coiled around him. Thousands of sword qi destroyed all the power around him. Swallowing elixirs. That's your trump card. You're such an elder. You want to use elixirs to increase your strength against a young junior like me? What a joke. Shameless. Ah, damn it. I'll kill you. The old man was furious. How dare Su Emo look down on him? What right did Su Emo have to look down on him? He was a peerless almighty, an elder of a sacred land, an expert who dominated a region. When had he ever been looked down on by a young man? He roared crazily, and the void in front of him was completely broken. However, he couldn't hurt Su Emo at all. What peerless almighty? What elder? In my opinion, you're just a piece of trash who climbed to this position in 1,000 years. If I want to kill you, it'll be like slaughtering a dog. At the end of his words, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body exploded again. A dragon roar resounded in all directions. Boom! The ancient dragon abyss sword released an unparalleled power. The current Lin Xian could completely withstand the power of the 3 seals. Therefore, the ancient dragon abyss sword was unstoppable. Sky-shattering, battle song, chaotic pattern, God Punisher. The 4 killer moves exploded, and the void below was completely destroyed. The violent sword intent swept through the 9 heavens. The old man couldn't dodge or resist at all. His body exploded and turned into blood. Even his soul was directly destroyed by the piercingly cold sword light. In the sky, only a purple spear was left. Rizalong. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the purple spear was sent flying. The crimson dragon swung its tail and caught it. Seeing this, the people of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, screamed crazily. No, damn it, give us back our treasures. Ah, you actually dared to kill our elder. I won't let you go. They were all crazy. Su Mo actually killed their elder. That was a peerless almighty. And a peerless almighty who used a heaven-grade artifact. They couldn't believe it at all. At this moment, those young disciples had faces filled with fear as they retreated non-stop. What a joke! How could they fight against such a terrifying person? All the disciples retreated, and the elders went forward. Kill him for me. The elders of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, also understood this. So they hurriedly let the young disciples use the array to attack from afar. As for the elders, they would fight in close combat. The 5 Elements Palace and the 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground used the same method. Among them, the 5 Element Saint and the 1,000 Thunder Saint took the lead to attack. They knew that they couldn't wait any longer. They had to kill Su Mo, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to sleep well in the future. Boom! 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 The 5 Element Saint and the 1,000 Thunder Saint joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. Countless sword lights flashed above Lin Xian's head, shattering the void. He stopped and stared coldly at the 2 saints. Just as well. I'll get rid of the 2 of you today. Rizalong. Lin Xian roared. The crimson dragon swung its tail and swept away a group of people with its long spear. At the same time, he said, "Understood." He naturally understood what Lin Xian meant. With a wave of its dragon claw, black quicksand swept out and enveloped the 1,000 Thunder Saint and the others. Suddenly, they were randomly teleported out. Damn it! Seeing this, the 5 Elements Saint roared and retreated quickly. Originally, he wanted to join forces with the 1,000 Thunder Saint to kill Su Mo with absolute strength. But before they could attack, the 1,000 Thunder Saint was randomly teleported away. This scene was indeed beyond his expectations. Chapter 25:11. The 10,000 Thunder Saint had been randomly teleported away before he even started attacking. This scene was indeed beyond his expectations. Therefore, he had to stop. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered disdainfully. Why? Without the 10,000 Thunder Saint, you don't dare to attack. What a piece of trash! Coward! Get lost, you ant. You're not worthy of my attack. What? He actually called the 5 Elements Saint a piece of trash? Coward? In the distance, those people did not leave. They were watching from afar. When they heard that, their scalps went numb, and their hearts beat wildly. Who dared to call the 5 Elements Saint a coward? A piece of trash? No one in the younger generation was qualified to say that. However, at this moment, the other party said it without hesitation. The 5 Elements Saint's face was terrifyingly dark. You're courting death. He was really mad. Indeed, without the 10,000 Thunder Saint, he did not have full confidence. However, it was just a lack of confidence. This did not mean that he was afraid of the other party, nor did it mean that he feared the other party. How dare the other party call him an ant? How dare he call him a piece of trash? He could not tolerate it. Kid, do you really think I can't beat you? The 5 Elements Saint's voice was cold. I just want to find a safe way. Since you're so reckless, I'll kill you alone. The 5 Elements Saint was really angry. He said coldly, "Listen, back off. Don't attack. I want to kill him alone." Saint, when the people of the 5 Elements Palace heard that, they were extremely anxious. The 5 Elements Saint snorted. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Or are you saying that even you don't believe me? Do you think I'm a piece of trash? Once he said that, the people of the 5 Elements Palace did not dare to speak. What a joke! The 5 Elements Saint was a powerful existence. At such a young age, he had defeated all the heroes and obtained the position of the saint. How could such a person be a piece of trash? How could he be an ant? Forget it. Let the saint do it himself. Yes, the saint's strength was definitely not something that this kid could imagine. Kid, you're dead meat. Our saint has been suppressing his strength. Today he will show it all. You'll definitely die. What? The 5 elements saint suppressed his strength? When the people in the distance heard that, they were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. Suppressing his strength? Don't flatter yourself. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be invincible. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Every word he said transformed into countless sword waves that blasted out in all directions. For a time, no one could get close to him. Kid, you don't have to provoke me. I'll show you. I will let you see the true 5 elements world. The 5 elements saint's expression was cold as he quickly formed 5 seals. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth revolved around him. The 5 elements seal was undone. A cold voice sounded. The 5 elements saint's power exploded again, reaching the peak. A terrifying power of the 5th form swept across the surroundings. Everyone took a few steps back. So powerful. The 5 elements saint's power had indeed skyrocketed. Heavens, could it be that he really suppressed his strength? What was he trying to do? Cries of surprise could be heard. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, his opponent's strength had increased. But so what? Today he had to kill him. I was planning to use my 5 phases world to deal with Leaf, Daudenier, and Sage Sun Alcade. Who could have guessed that I'd use it on you instead? But you can die in peace now. Sure enough, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental light appeared around the 5 element saint. They connected with each other and formed a strange world. Although it was called a world, it seemed to be the other party's domain. However, it was not an ordinary domain. It was an extremely strange 5-element array that was formed by combining it with a 5-element saint's domain. Its power was much stronger than a simple domain. Humph! The 5-element saint snorted and waved his arm. Golden light flashed and turned into countless golden spears that flew forward. Each spear was flowing with a biting, cold, murderous aura. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to touch it lightly. How terrifying! Was this the 5 elements world? It was indeed powerful. That's right, this attack is much stronger than before. I wonder if that brat will be able to withstand it. Discussions broke out one after another. The people from the 5 elements, Holy Land, were paying close attention. The people from the 9 heavens, Holy Land, did not go forward. It was not that they did not want to go forward, but the 5 elements saint's domain made it impossible for them to go forward. The 5 elements saint's 5 elements world enveloped the space around Lin Xian. If they went forward, they would probably be attacked. Therefore, they retreated to the side to watch. Facing the thousands of golden spears, Lin Xian waved his sword and smashed all the spears with the power of annihilation. Clang! 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 Everyone's blood boiled. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself the 5 elements world? It was just a space formed by a domain and an array. Watch how I break it for you. Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, if one was not a sage, one would not dare to call their domain a world. This 5 elements saint was so arrogant that he dared to call his domain a 5 elements world? You're courting death. The 5 elements saint roared. How dare his opponent look down on him? In the next moment, the power of the 5 elements in the 5 elements world formed a 5-shaped spear in his hand. Boom! With a thrust of the spear, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying long spear shattered the sword light that filled the sky. It then charged towards Lin Xian in a ferocious manner. Lin Xian used the demigods and semi-devils to dodge quickly. At the same time, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand again. Clang! With a crisp sound, The 5 elements spear was cut in half, and the terrifying power of the 5 elements disappeared. What? It was cut in half! The surrounding people exclaimed. The people from the 5 elements palace were even more shocked. They didn't dare to believe that such a terrifying weapon had a power that was extremely close to that of a priceless treasure. However, it was cut in half by his opponent's sword. This was too unbelievable. Is this your 5 elements world? It's so pitifully weak. Lin Xian sneered. The chaotic heaven destroyer sword and the 5 elements sword appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The 5 elements world trembled as if it was about to collapse. It was too powerful. Everyone trembled. At this moment, the combat power that Lin Xian displayed was really terrifying. It filled all of them with despair. The 5 elements saint kept retreating, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Several cracks appeared on his body. Finally he stopped and roared at the sky. The power of the 5 elements in his body exploded. "Kid, you forced me to do this," he roared crazily. Boom! 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 In his 5 elements world, the sky was filled with dazzling lights. 5 figures appeared in the void. These 5 figures were overflowing with light and color. Their faces were exactly the same as the 5 elements saint. Clones. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, they had seen such a remarkable ability before. However, it was usually divided into 2 or at most 3. It was rare to see someone like the 5 elements saint who could split into 5 clones. Chapter 25:12. Damn brat, you've completely infuriated me. Today, I'll let you know my final trump card. A cold voice sounded from all directions. The 5 clones spoke at the same time. A terrifying murderous intent pierced through the clouds. Lin Xian frowned. 5 clones? It was indeed beyond his expectations. But so what? The other party couldn't even defeat him. Did he think he could overturn the situation with just a few clones? What a joke! You're no match for me, and neither are your clones. Even if you have 50 clones, I can still destroy them, let alone 5. Lin Xian's sonorous voice shook the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the roar of a dragon and the cry of a sword could be heard from his body. Countless violent sword qi slashed forward like mountains. Raging waves. The cold voice reverberated in the air. The 5 clones in the sky shouted together and formed the same seal with their palms. Then they suddenly opened their mouths. The seawater in the sky surged, and a blue light shrouded the entire sky. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. In an instant, the boundless sea swept forward and completely surrounded the sword qi. Boom! 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 The void collapsed in an instant, and the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. The weaker ones were sent flying while vomiting blood. The stronger ones also felt their chests tighten, as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on their heads. Oh no, this is not ordinary seawater. This is 1,001 layer water. A drop of seawater was as heavy as Mount Tai. What? 1,001 layer water. Is this the legendary water? Damn it, the 5 elements saint is so terrifying. He has mastered 1,001 layer water. Everyone was terrified and retreated madly. Even the crimson dragon retreated to the side. The water was too terrifying. When it appeared, it was like 1,000 mountains crying out in unison. As expected, the seawater in the sky bent countless sword qi. Many of the sword qi were even broken in the middle. Kid, do you see that? With my trump card, you're no match for me at all. The 5 figures on the opposite side sneered, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted from their eyes. Indeed, Lin Xian was also under attack. He felt that the qi and blood in his body were about to solidify, and his body was about to be crushed into a bloody mist. 1,001 layer water? As expected, he had some trump cards. However, it was still not enough. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword spirit erupted once more. A powerful force swept out in all directions. The 1001 heavy water around him was completely wiped out by the sword light. Whoosh Lin Xian stepped into the air, and with each step, the image of a dragon appeared beneath his feet. Terrifying roars rang out, blasting apart the seawater that filled the sky. Sky-shattering, a beam of sword light flew out and exploded in the sky, splitting into pieces. Heaven and earth shattered. The 1001 heavy water was mercilessly torn apart, and a huge black hole appeared. All the seawater in the sky flowed into the black hole. You want to devour my 1001 heavy water? What a joke! In the distance, the 5 elements saint sneered. The 5 figures formed hand seals again, and the black hole collapsed. The 1,000-pound heavy water flowed out once more. They turned into dozens of water dragons and roared in the sky, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. As expected of the 1001 heavy water, it was indeed terrifying. If even the black hole could not swallow them, then there was probably nothing that could withstand their weight. All the surrounding experts exclaimed. The people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, and 10,000 thunder, sacred ground, revealed a cruel smile. The people from the 5 elements palace looked even more ferocious. You want to compete with our saint? You're still far from it. You can't devour them? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect sky-shattering to be unable to devour these things. However, so what? If he could not devour them, then he would completely destroy them. His great dragon sword spirit was not to be trifled with. Boom! Lin Xian waved his long sword, and the aura of the dragon sword gushed out. Suddenly, the 1001 heavy water that was close to him all sizzled, then turned into water vapor and drifted into the sky. More and more of the 1001 heavy water was destroyed, turning into water vapor that filled the sky and shrouded the surroundings. In the end, dozens of water dragons were completely destroyed and no longer existed. You want to hurt me with a mere 1001 heavy water? What a joke! What other tricks do you have? Use them, or you won't have a chance. Lin Xian held his sword and strode forward. What? He actually destroyed the 1001 heavy water? Moreover, he did it so easily. Heavens, who exactly is this kid? Why is his sword light so sharp? He can actually destroy the 1001 heavy water? Everyone was stunned. The 1001 heavy water could not be destroyed at all. Even the black hole could not devour it. However, the other party destroyed all the water with just a few swings of his sword. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have dared to believe it. Damn it! The 5 elements saint's expression became extremely ugly. He did not expect the other party to be able to destroy his 1001 heavy water so easily. It was really hard for him to believe. However, he soon became ferocious. His trump card was not just the 1001 heavy water, blazing red lotus, North Pole Earth. The 5 clones formed seals again, and the attributes on their bodies changed into the fire and earth attributes. The power of fire and earth surged out, and between heaven and earth flames burned, forming countless lotus flowers that danced in the fire. The mountains crushed the rift as they charged toward Qin Nan once again. They completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his dragon sword domain and transformed into a true dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out seawater. The dragon swayed its tail and knocked away the surrounding mountains. Buzz! Thousands of sword chi burst out from the dragon's body and slashed in all directions. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the sun was about to be destroyed. The power of fire and earth were destroyed again. The sky was filled with terrifying sword light. The tide of energy terrified everyone. They had completely retreated from the main hall and hid in the surrounding passageways. There was nothing they could do. The energy was too terrifying. Let me show you what the true power of the 5 elements is. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. He floated in the void like a god fiend. Whoosh! He waved his sword and simulated everything in his body. The 5 elements of metal, Wood, water, fire, and earth appeared around him. Then the 5 elements began to evolve under the effect of the great dragon sword soul. Boom! Black flames danced and turned into black suns one after another, crowding the sky palace. There were thousands of them densely packed together. Each of them contained terrifying power that would make the eyelids of peerless almighties twitch. Now that thousands of them appeared together, there was probably nothing that could resist. 10,000 suns burning the sky. Lin Xian waved his sword, and thousands of black suns smashed forward like meteors. Boom! 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 The 5 elements saint was struck by lightning. His 5 elements world shook, and countless cracks began to appear. The 5 clones also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, be destroyed for me! The 5 elements saint roared crazily and attacked with 1,001 heavy water again to resist. But at this moment, Lin Xian's second attack came. The power of metal flashed quickly and formed golden swords in the sky. 108,000 golden swords were filled with murderous aura and filled the sky. Everyone could not help but kneel down. Chapter 25:13. Metal slaying, shaking the heavens. 108,000 swords descended together with Lin Xian's wave. The 5 elements saint spat out blood and flew backward again. More cracks appeared on his 5 elements world. The 108,000 swords pierced through his 5 elements world, and the 5 elements world was quickly destroyed. The 5 clones were also covered in cracks. 2 of the clones exploded with a loud bang. The 5 elements saint was severely injured, and his face was filled with madness. 10,000 trees descend. The 5 elements saint roared crazily, and the power of wood flashed. Bang! Countless forests appeared around Lin Xian, covering the entire sky. The trees began to absorb Lin Xian's power, trying to suck him dry. Humph! Let me show you what the true power of wood is. Lin Xian's sword radiance flashed, and he destroyed all the primeval forests. He pointed his sword at the sky. Heavenly tree! Heaven and earth trembled, and the void above cracked open. A green tree fell from the sky. This green tree was too terrifying. It was surrounded by green light and covered with mysterious patterns. It was like a heavenly tree, and it completely suppressed the 5 elements saint. Puff! The 5 elements saint spat out blood, and his 5 elements world shattered again. The surrounding people were stunned. What is this? How can this kid have such a terrifying superpower? They were stunned because they had never seen the great dragon sword soul's imitation superpower. They were terrified. The 5 elements saint could not believe it. He looked at the heavenly tree that fell from the sky, and his face was filled with shock. Impossible! How could his 5 elements' power possibly be more powerful than mine? I don't believe it. Half of his body was smashed by the heavenly tree. Not only that, the heavenly tree took root in his 5 elements world, and it quickly absorbed his power, causing his 5 elements world to shatter. The 5 clones were destroyed at the same time. Not good. Saint, the people from the 5 elements palace could not hold it in any more. Although the 5 elements saint had said that he wanted to fight one-on-one, the situation was very dangerous now. If they continued to fight one-on-one, their saint would be killed. They could not bear the consequences. Therefore, the people from the 5 elements palace rushed forward crazily. Damn brat, go to hell! These people unleashed terrifying attacks towards Lin Xian. At the same time, they attacked the heavenly tree. Whoosh! Lin Xian shifted his position and dodged in an instant. However, the heaven-reaching divine was able to withstand the attacks that filled the sky and began to emit rumbling sounds. It was covered with countless cracks, but for a moment it did not shatter. That was because if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that those cyan streams of light were actually tiny sword auras. At that moment, those sword auras were extremely sharp. Damn it! These people went crazy and attacked again. Finally, they shattered the heavenly reaching divine wood. The sky-reaching divine tree collapsed, shattering the void. The entire ancient tomb seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The Holy Sun! These people exclaimed and rushed forward, wanting to rescue their Holy Sun. Without the suppression of the sky-piercing sacred tree, the five-element saint retreated quickly. But in the next moment he screamed. This was because he discovered that Lin Xian was once again charging towards him. Damn brat, how dare you! The people of the five-element palace were furious. Lin Xian actually dared to kill their holy son. How despicable! Lin Xian sneered. Why? Can you kill me? Can't I kill you? His body emitted a piercingly cold light as he unleashed his 4 killer moves, shattering the void. The five-element sword formed a five-element formation around him. Boom! 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 The 4 killer moves sent many people of the five-element palace flying. The five-element sword formation was surrounded by sword auras and murderous intent. Many people were blocked. The five-element saint was also affected and kept retreating. Lin Xian could not escape. Lin Xian held his sword and charged forward. The elder of the five-element palace roared, "You're courting death." They unleashed the power of the 5 elements. Mountains crisscrossed in the sky. Flames and seawater filled the sky, making splashing sounds. The entire sky was completely shattered, but all of this was split apart by the sword. Boom! Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the sun and moon in his hand spun, sending an elder of the five-element palace flying. Lin Xian threw out another punch. The black dragon roared and sent another elder flying. There were not many experts around the five-element saint. The elders of the five-element palace screamed crazily. Fellow cultivators of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, and the myriad thunders, sacred ground, attack together and kill this kid. Attack! Hearing the cry for help, the people of the 9 heavens, sacred ground roared. The people of the myriad thunder, sacred ground also rushed out. Although they could not use the Immortal Palace's trump card, the other party also did not have the sage's handbone. With so many of them, they could definitely kill the other party. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Have a taste of Bin Huang's array. The Crimson Dragon also roared. At this moment he did not hold back. He opened his mouth and spat out killing arrays one after another. In an instant, an intense battle broke out. It was extremely terrifying. The surrounding cultivators retreated crazily again. They did not dare to stay any longer and could only watch from afar with their souls. The 3 sages' movements were earth-shattering. They wanted to destroy the entire ancient tomb. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt a strong impact. Damn it, they have too many people. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily. A crazy light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he tore a corner of the sage's handbone. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. Boom! The Immortal Palace was blasted away, the 5 Elements Mountain was overturned, and the Sea of Lightning was torn apart. The terrifying aura of a sage swept out in all directions. The cultivators of the 3 sacred grounds vomited blood and were sent flying. 2 of the sacred grounds elders did not dodge. In an instant they were killed by the aura. Their bodies and souls were destroyed and they no longer existed. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also affected. The 2 of them were very fast and kept retreating. They did not suffer too much damage. However, the aura in their bodies was tumbling. Damn it, this kid is crazy. The people in the passage were terrified. The cultivators of the 3 sacred grounds were roaring crazily. This was the result of a lose-lose situation. The other party dared to do this. Could it be that he did not want to live anymore? They could not understand. Among them, the elders of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, roared. Activate the immortal light. Use your trump card. Suppress the sage's handbone. Otherwise, We won't be able to escape. They were really afraid. If the other party went crazy and wanted to fight to the death, no one would be able to survive. In the distance, the immortal palace was fixed in the void, emitting thousands of rays of light. The mysterious door slowly opened. 3 rays of immortal light slashed out. It was like a sword from the gods, making people tremble. Once the immortal light appeared, even a peerless almighty would be killed in an instant. They collided with the sage's handbone and were directly shattered. What? It was so terrifying. The cultivators of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, felt their scalps go numb. Just a strand of aura was enough to shatter their trump card. This was really too shocking. The people of the 5 Elements Palace and the 1,000 Thunders Sacred Ground did not dare to be careless. They also activated their trump cards. Among them, the 5 Elements Mountain flew over again. This time, 5 runes appeared on it, emitting an unparalleled power. It wanted to seal the entire world.